I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors for August 20th. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Adams, who will join us this afternoon remotely, and Supervisor Lopez, who will also join us this morning shortly.
Any additions or corrections for closed session?
None today, Chair.
With that, we'll call for closed session items 1A through 1E. Is there any public comment on these items? Seeing none, the board will recess for closed session and return at 10:30. Good morning. I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Adams, who will not be here in the AM session but will join us in the PM session remotely.
And may we have the announcement for the Spanish interpretation services, Diego Salas.
Testing. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Lopez, would you like to lead us?
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any additions or corrections?
There are. Remove item number 3 under ceremonial resolutions for Gary Kirby, and that is at the request of District 4. For item number 15, under the new referrals, an updated matrix was received. And underneath the consent calendar for health, items number 18, 19, and 20 will be removed due to clerical inadvertence. And then for housing, community, and development consent, remove item number 29 from agenda per the department's request. And lastly, to add to adjournment, to adjourn in memory of Crescencio Diaz.
Thank you. And let's see, we have 3 ceremonial resolutions, and I believe all 3 are to be presented. Is there any public comment on these items? I see no public comment. The board? First? Second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Hey, with that one, maybe, let's see, I can do the, I'll do number 5, first one. Maybe Supervisor Alejo then ask you if you would like to follow up.
Right? I'm not presenting today.
Are you representing?
No, I'm presenting at the event on Thursday.
Thank you, Diego. So I'm presenting one for National Health Center Week. Do we have the Health Department clinic services? Here we are. Come on up here. Good morning, everyone. So August 4th through 10th of this 2024 was National Health Center Week, and the theme for this year was Powering Communities Through Caring Connections. So we celebrate the legacy of the County of Monterey's health department clinics and their vital role in shaping past, present, and future of our county healthcare system. Since 1995, the County of Monterey's health department clinics have provided high-quality, affordable, comprehensive, primary, and preventive health care in our county's medically underserved communities. The County of Monterey Health Department clinics serve over 42,000 Monterey County residents at 11 clinics throughout the county. And the Health Department clinics support 359 positions, which include physicians, psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, licensed family therapists, nurses, and community health care workers who work as part of our multidisciplinary clinic teams. These individuals and teams care for underserved individuals and families, address the opioid epidemic, and respond to public health threats in the wake of natural disasters and pandemics. They participate in providing comprehensive services, including oral health, vision, behavioral health, chiropractic, and pharmacy. Notably, this year, an integrated health clinic for children and families opened its doors in the LSL community, and a new mobile health clinic has been deployed to school and community settings throughout the county. You guys do a lot. And a very valuable and important work. And so, I just want to, speaking for the county, really appreciate everything that you do and for the people of the county and the communities. So let me pass to you the resolution here.
Give it to Prashant
All right.
Clinic Services Bureau Chief.
And Prashant, do you want to say a few words, or?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Board of Supervisors, county officials. My name is Prashant, Bureau Chief for Clinic Services Bureau. We are Community Health Center, also known as Federally Qualified Health Center here in Central Coast. We are part of a bigger family network across the nation. There are 1,400 community health centers who work in almost, and they serve in 1,500 communities, take care of almost 31 million residents. And we are able to do that by just providing services regardless of abilities of the residents to pay, national origin, religious orientation, sexual orientation. The health center movement goes back to the civil rights movement, and it's rooted in social justice and health equity, and I'm proud that we are part of that fabric under the health department. And what we try to do here with the help of those 370 staff, including clinicians, support staff, front desk, back billing, administrative staff, is to move the health equity needle one step at a time. So thank you very much for all your support. Every year, National Association of Community Health Centers sponsors this Health Center Week, encourages the health centers, the partners to celebrate. So I'm really happy and glad that you took a chance to and time to celebrate the health center commitment and the movement, and looking forward to better serve our community here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nick Pasculi will want us to all move down this way. I've learned this drill.
Come on this side, it's too heavy. Yeah.
All right. I see, okay, great. We've got our representatives from Natividad here with us today on behalf of Dr. Caleb Liam. We are presenting a resolution honoring Dr. Caleb Liam on his retirement from Natividad Medical Center. Dr. Liam is online with us today, so thank you for joining us from New York, where he has made his retirement home. Dr. Liam served on the Natividad Medical Center and the Salinas community for over 2 decades with exceptional skill, dedication, as an obstetrician gynecologist. Dr. Liam has been a pillar of the Natividad Medical Center, fostering a positive and trusting environment for patients and colleagues alike, and for the larger community. Dr. Caleb Liam brought his expertise and care to countless healthy newborns, helping countless healthy newborns enter this world and supporting the well-being of their mothers and their families. Dr. Caleb Liam has been instrumental in starting and bringing a vaginal birth after cesarean program to the Natividad Medical Center in 2009, and is the founding director of Natividad Family Medicine Obstetrician Fellowship. Dr. Caleb Liam was Natividad's representative to the Monterey Birth Network and the Natividad Obstetrician Gynecologist Ambassador to the Seaside Family Health Center. As Dr. Liam made the decision to retire and embark on a new chapter of his life, we want to wish him the absolute best on his retirement. And thank you, Dr. Liam, for your service to Natividad and to all of our residents here in Monterey County for raising the bar on what we can expect for maternity care in Monterey County and beyond. So I have a resolution here, and I'll present it to Dr. Harris, who's our CEO of Natividad Medical Center. But I also just want to make a few personal comments about Dr. Liam, who was there to deliver my son 12 years ago. The care and commitment that you felt when Dr. Liam was on the floor of labor and delivery extended not just to his care, but to the care of the care that was delivered by everyone in the space. He really, truly has left a legacy on Natividad and the quality of care that's provided, but that extended far beyond and caused all of our neighboring regional labor and delivery providers to raise the bar on what type of care, the quality of care, the exceptional delivery of that care to all families. So we are a better community because of Dr. Liam, and it's my honor and privilege today to just honor and recognize the work that he did. I had the privilege of being present at a celebration that his colleagues at Natividad put on. And I mean, literally no one in the room was left with dry eyes after hearing the stories that he shared, the stories that his colleagues shared, and the impact that Dr. Liam has had on his colleagues at Natividad. So would you like to make a few comments? And I think we have Dr. Liam with us on the line to make a couple comments as well.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Askew. You know, I represent obviously the hospital, and in this case, I'm also representing the med staff. I just can't say enough about Dr. Liam. You know, his wisdom is just unmatchable. His humility, his kindness, and at the end of the day, he embodies our mission at Natividad. Embodies the service, yes, to our patients, our mothers, our new children in the world, but also the medical staff, the community at large. He really is what we're all about, and I personally also really appreciate him and all of his guidance in making Natividad as a fantastic place as it is.
Absolutely.
Dr. Walls.
No, well said. Great guy, good friend. He was retired about 2 weeks before I started to try and get him to come back. So. No, it's a privilege to be here in his place, and thank you for this honor. Thank you to the board.
And if it's okay, Dr. Liam is, I think, going to panelists. Dr. Liam, would you like to say any words or make any comments? We're looking up at the screen here. We should have done a sound check at the beginning. Dr. Liam, you'll have to unmute yourself in order to comment. I think we gave permission to do that. Oh, in the microphone. We were to say it in the microphone. Dr. Liam, this is Wendy. If you can unmute your Zoom screen, we'll be able to see you up on our screen. If you
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Okay, great. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Liam. Feel free to make a few comments.
I was working with Dr. Chandler in Vancouver, Washington, when he accepted the position at Natividad, and he asked me to come down to work with him. I was 64 then, and I had planned to retire in Oregon, but he persisted. And I'm so glad I came down, because the years spent at Natividad were the best years of my career. Dr. Chandler and I started the VBAC program, and before we got approved for the program at Natividad, I had a patient who was the wife of a local police officer. She really wanted a VBAC, but we were not set up for it yet. So I told her that we could not do a repeat C-section on her if she refused to sign the consent. And that was what she did, and I delivered her vaginally. That was our first VBAC patient. It was an honor to be the program director for 12 years of the OB Fellowship. We trained these family practice physicians to manage high-risk OB patients in labor and train them to do C-sections. Many of our graduates have gone to various parts of the country, and some of them are on faculty in programs and training other physicians as well. There are quite a few of them who remain in Monterey County and are serving Monterey County at this time. I retired from Natividad, but I don't think I'll be retired for long. All my life, I've been working with women, and I plan to start a second career ministering to men in men's ministry. Thank you for this honor, and thank you for the privilege of working at Natividad.
Thank you, Dr. Liam. All right, we'll take a couple pictures. And Dr. Lim, we will get this resolution sent out to you for display at your new home. And the one word that elevates every time I think about you and the care that you've provided to our county, it's love. So thank you for sharing your love with all of us. And we send our love to you in your retirement.
Thank you.
Caleb, can you get back on the screen so we can see you? Oh, can you say something so you pop up? I still see you're unmuted and your video's on still. Okay, now I disappeared. Let's see. Your mic is still muted.
We'll move on to appointments, and we have 2 appointments. Is there any public comment on these items? I see none. Got a first? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items any of the board members want to pull or make comment on in particular? Nope, nobody? Okay. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't overlooking anyone there. With that, is there any public comment on the consent calendar? And I see none, so we will.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the consent calendar is approved. We'll now move on to general public comments. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak? You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Eric Peterson. And last week, a speaker advocated some changes on Blanco Road that would allow the bike lanes there to be converted into buffered bike lanes. And I went out there, and to do that would be even simpler than Greg thought. He was talking about taking away from the center divide there. The lanes could be reduced to 11 feet. There'd be 2 feet for a buffer bike lane, so it'd be safer for bicyclists, safer for vehicles, a win-win, and all it would cost is striping. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers who would like to comment? I see nobody. Anybody online?
David Prina?
Yes, David Prina, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is David Prida. I'm a resident of Brunedale. I wanted to have a comment on a quick question. On the last Board of Supervisors meeting, I believe the board adopted a motion to consider additional funds for the Monterey Sustainability Program, and I just wanted to see, where if that's on the agenda at some point, and where I can learn more about when that will be discussed, because I think it's very important that we have that funding or funding for additional support now. There's a bunch of federal incentive programs that can help with our sustainability program available right now. And I would hate to see that money that, the money that we've already paid for in taxes not come back to the county. Thank you very much.
And phone number ending in 837.
Maybe we just see if we can address Mr. Prina's question. Sonia, I don't know if you heard in the last meeting what we were, okay.
Yes, in reference to the sustainability program, we do have, we're looking into it in the CAO's office. The position that we currently have our sustainability manager operating from does have additional support. So we'll be working with her to identify additional resources and support in the form of an analyst potentially to help her with applying to run these different grant opportunities. It just may take a little bit of time, only because we are also watching our budget very carefully as we move forward, both, not just countywide, but within the CAO's office. So we'll be providing an update to our board.
Thank you.
And phone number ending in 837.
Yes, 837, you have 2 minutes on items not on today's agenda. Phone number 837, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you?
Go right ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Brian Rosen here. You know, there's 2 lanes on Highway 1 all the way from Castroville to Carmel, quite a long stretch, and there's just a little short section that has 3 lanes. So, you know, whatever you do with that short section isn't going to make probably that much difference in the traffic. It's very, very bad, and something needs to be done about it. Turning the whole thing into 3 lanes would be cost prohibitive because all the overpasses, most of them are in the way. But I think you really need to really get going on the train, really get moving on it like Sonoma County did, which only has about 50,000 more people than Monterey County, and they were adamant, and they got quite an extensive train, rail, light rail, all the way, including Marin County up into Sonoma County, going all the way up to Cloverdale eventually, but only up to the Charles Schultz Airport. So all this money has been wasted on the surf bus line, which is going to read the Coastal Commission analysis. It's the second most important ecosystem of dunes. MST and PAMC makes it look like they're degraded. Shame on them. And probably shame on all of you for going along with MST and PAMC. I would like you to please change your ways and come out against this environmentally destructive project. You could turn one of those 3 lanes in that short section into something, bus only or carpool, or you could even add a bus on shoulder. But to destroy these magnificent dunes and destroy the railroad potential is just plain wrong. And the Coastal Commission is not going to allow any more development footprint if they ever did approve the surf. They've made this quite clear. So please oppose the surf bus line and please bring rail. The traffic is so horrendous coming from San Jose and Santa Cruz. Can you imagine if all the tourists coming down without their cars, how we could really make an impact on the... Thank you so much.
Phone number ending in 082. 082.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. I agree with the former speaker because I have been taking MST for 30 years and never have I seen such bad service. And even the bus drivers are complaining about it. And I urge you again to please take bus line 24 to Carmel Valley and see what a horrendous journey that is, when once before you could take it from the plaza all the way to the Carmel Valley in one shot. You didn't have to get off the bus and make a transfer, risk missing that other bus to take you to the Carmel Valley. And that's just one of the things. At Highway 68, I could used to take the bus from Salinas to Monterey. That's cut. And so under Mr. Cedric, it's like everything has been slashed. And I mean, it's become literally so difficult. And this should not be. And I'm sure none of you take the bus because you know how difficult it is. And I'd like you to join us and save the dunes, save our bay. All that asphalt being laid down for the surf project is going to heat up the bay. And the bay is already heated up 10 to 12 degrees in recent years. And that's killing off the phytoplankton that is supplying the oxygen because it's acidification. And that acidification makes it so that the phytoplankton can't produce its shells, and the shells are thinning. They've already proven that scientifically. So it's very important now. We're in an urgent situation, and you have the power to say no to overdevelopment. You have the power to save our bay and to stop this horrendous surf project that is just going to continue. No one's going to use that other than people that have to.
Thank you for your time. And nobody else, so we'll close public comment, move on to our first scheduled item, which is number 10, which is annual review of the Board of Supervisors referral matrix.
Good morning, board members. My name is Karina Bokanovich. I'm with the County Administrative Office, and with me today is Claudia Escalante. We are here today to conduct the annual review of your board referral matrix. So as just a bit of background, the county code requires that the Board of Supervisors work through the county administrative officer to request administrative services, and a referral serves as a tool to seek such services. The referrals are utilized to either obtain more information on topics, assist in policy decision-making responsibilities, or to initiate a course of action. And then in 2009, a formal referral process was developed to provide your board and departments with a written guide of the process. Subsequent revisions have been made due to organizational changes, with the most recent amendment made in 2021 to address process deficiencies in response to Board Referral 2022. Next slide. On your screen is the referral form that is currently utilized. We'd like to note that we are currently working on updating that form, which will be brought back to your board at a later date. And on your right-hand side, you'll see a summary of the current referral process as it relates to the typical methods for completion. Next slide. The current process that we have in place, it has a provision for a preliminary analysis, which would mean that once a referral is issued, the lead department would return within 21 days to provide you all with a summary of what is being requested. It would include the potential cost for that project and challenges for completion, as well as alternatives to that. The provision also includes, the policy also includes a provision which calls for the action on urgent referrals. And on your screen, it depicts what the process is to that. The policy also includes a provision which would allow for your annual review of the current referral matrix, and which is why we are here today. And as part of that process, we work with all departments that have referrals that are issued to them. We obtain any challenges that they have been facing in regards to responding to those referrals, as well as their proposed completion date to complete those referrals. In addition to that, once the information is compiled, we work with your individual offices to seek your input on whether you're interested in continuing, modifying, or withdrawing your referrals. And next slide, please. Okay. On your slide, these are referrals that have been issued by District 1. And this is a continuation on your screen for District 1. 2 referrals are being recommended for completion and 1 for withdrawal. And I would like to note that your referral indicated that 1 referral we would be seeking modification for a referral regarding juvenile hall, and that was incorrect. It is actually being continued, and it is reflected on your slides. On your screen are the referrals that have been issued by District 2, and then we have a continuation slide. And 2 of these referrals are being recommended for completion. On your screen, you'll see the referrals issued by District 3 as well as by District 4. And District 3 is recommending, yes, 2 are recommended for completion. And then District 4, those are being continued. In District 5, you'll see on your slide, and they are all being recommended for continuance. On your screen are the joint referrals that have been issued by 2 referring supervisors. And then we have another continuation slide. Okay, and 2 of those are being recommended for completion. On your screen is a summary of the referrals that are being recommended for completion. And then this slide depicts the referrals that are being requested to be withdrawn.
So one correction, if I may, the ceremonial document policy was actually, I would put in the completion because the board did address that. That's not what should be withdrawn.
Okay, we can do that.
And Mr. Chair, just on the historic jail in front of our county building here, I'm not giving up on that. I just know that the state budget is really bad at this time, so no need to keep it on a list when I can just bring it back later when we perhaps might have a shot again of getting legislative money from Sacramento.
Okay, thank you for that. So that concludes staff's presentation as it relates to the referral matrix, but we do need your direction either to make no changes and continue specific referrals, modify specific referrals, or withdraw specific referrals. So we do need an action from you.
Supervisor, let me just clarify. The recommendations from staff are as listed in those different tables. So if there's a specific table you'd like us to go back to, we can do that. What staff is requesting is specifically those, as it's been depicted in the tables, whether you'd like to continue, modify, or withdraw as it's currently recommended.
Any comments from the board at this point on anything? There's one in here, I believe, it has Church and Askew on it for the committees. I believe it was actually Supervisor Phillips who initially put it in. Can we just go back to that one? Because I know that's been on there for some time. And I mean, I think it's a rather, let's see what I'm looking at here.
It's number
10. There we go. Yeah. So this is one that's reviewing board committees, and again, even though it has my name on it, I don't know all the details on this one here. But this one is not. This is just looking in terms of the actual board committees, not other appointments going out. It doesn't deal with advisory committees.
That is correct. That is my understanding from that referral, that is specific to the standing committees.
Is that your recollection and intention there, Supervisor Askew, when you did that one a few years ago?
I'm trying to remember the details around how this got submitted, and I would want to look at the actual language that was submitted to make sure I don't misspeak.
This is an item that we're actually going to bring to you, and Supervisor will be reaching out to you. There was also a referral related to the fire district that we had, you had two pieces to that referral. One was to work on identifying the individual to serve. The other piece was to bring some consistency when it came to committees. And so I believe what we are going to seek is to take that second portion and work through this referral to complete that. So we'll be reaching out to you prior to that October date.
Okay, and I think this is probably pretty separate as I'm looking at this. It's separate from that issue of other appointments. But I think what we were trying to get at here, as I'm reading through it, was making sure that we have a clear scope for each of our standing committees. And at the point when we submitted this, there was not a clear scope for each of our standing and ad hoc committees. So when we were being assigned to those standing and ad hoc committees, it was unclear what are the guidelines around which staff are supposed to report to which committees on which items, and how, the extent of what our expectations were as a board shared around committee functions.
So my other comment on this is I think it's sometimes difficult for the public to really understand what the referral process is on what we're talking about. It sounds like you're going to see a doctor somewhere. And I wonder if we just couldn't possibly make this a little clearer, and it would, and I don't know, council can guide us on that, but would something referring to this as more of the board policy referral process be more accurate?
Are you just looking for a name change?
Yeah, a little bit of a name change, just to make it clearer for the public what we're doing.
Well, and just so it's clear for the public, this is so that the full board is directing staff to move forward with tasks.
Well, I understand, but when like something comes up and it's just being referred to as a board referral, but in itself, if you look at that, you don't understand necessarily what is real clear there. And as I say, referral is, if you read into it, you understand that we're talking about making some policy changes. I'm just trying to make the title a little clearer for the public. I've had to explain it to a few people a few times, and I don't know if the other supervisors have ever, felt that was a problem or not, but I just wanted to bring it up.
But other counties use referral for some reason. I get what Supervisor Church is saying. When you tell somebody it's the form to get something on the agenda in the future, but when I hear other supervisors, they use the same terminology.
We used, in Fresno, we used directive. But I think the process that's used here is, in some instances, it really is to look into a specific issue and bring back feedback in terms of what the cost is going to be to look at that issue, research something. I mean, there's different uses for that referral that aren't necessarily going to be a directive. So I think in terms of process, that's what it is. But in the presentation, that's where Karina laid out how it was structured. But certainly, if it helps, we can identify it as part of how we have it posted on the website. If there's detail related to the referral, we can go into that and define it a little better.
Maybe Supervisor Church could find a better name to propose in the future.
We'll work on that for coming back for next year then perhaps, and a better way to deal with that. But I just wanted to raise that. Yes, Supervisor, I ask you.
Yeah, I think, the public does need to, that transparency is important, and I super appreciate the thinking about that. And then also recognizing this is kind of like an internal, it's a way for us to submit internal requests through the CAO and get board clarity. So, maybe an interim solution or path to that would be making sure that we have a website where the spreadsheet is, I know we started adding it on, so it is on our agenda. Every meeting. So if anyone's curious what the status is, that's posted there. But a website that shows, here's the policy, here's the form. I don't know if that's in a link from the clerk's page or where, but the transparency piece that you're asking for, I fully support, so long as it remains functional for us to continue bringing issues forward in a way that works for our CAO.
Thank you. Is there any public, Supervisor Lopez, do you want to say something?
I was going to say, maybe we come up with a name, we can submit it as a referral. It was just a bad joke.
I was actually going to say that, but you stole it from me.
Well, because as you said, it seems like you're assigning someone to a doctor and then a joint referral. I'm not sure what that would mean in Monterey County, given our other industries. But yeah, I'd be supportive as well on the transparency purpose. So, yeah.
All right, very good. Is there anybody who would like to comment on this from the public in the chambers? Is there anybody online? Okay. Very good. Well, we need to take action on the change that has been suggested here if there is a motion to approve. And
so I'll second it with the single clarification that there was one that was to be marked complete.
Right.
Can you remind me which one that was?
That was the ceremonial resolution one. It was not withdrawn. It was to be complete.
With that amendment, second the motion. Good. All right.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. With that, we'll move on to item number 11, Central Coast Energy Annual Member Agency Presentation. Catherine Stedman. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Good morning, chairs, supervisors, and staff. I'm Catherine Stedman, Chief Communications Officer with Central Coast Community Energy, and thank you for this opportunity to present. Quickly, I'll go over who 3CE is because not everyone knows. We're a new government agency. We formed about 6 years ago when all of these cities and counties came together and said, what if we purchased the electricity to serve our region? Could we do it better? As a local public agency, could we be competitive in price, make greater progress on renewables, and provide investment back into our communities? I'm here today to show you how we're doing and what benefits are being offered right here in Monterey County. As our agency has grown, our investment in communities has increased. Our budget for community energy programs in fiscal year 23-24 is over $16.8 million, which are dollars that are available to the county and your constituents to help reduce emissions by electrifying transportation and buildings. To date, on behalf of the cities and counties we serve, we've invested $4.5 billion in new renewable energy and energy storage projects, which are making the grid cleaner and helping the environment by reducing fossil fuel emissions. Some of those projects include new technologies that are pushing the envelope toward 100% clean and renewable power, like a compressed air battery storage project, which will be the largest in the world of its kind. And in the picture here, a geothermal project in Mammoth Lakes. We have power purchase agreements in negotiation or in place to cover 80% of our annual load with renewable energy. The challenge is bringing these projects online in a timely manner due to the current backlog in California around permitting and grid connection and delays in transmission upgrades. And yet, so much progress is being made. If you hadn't heard, the amount of renewable energy on the grid exceeded customer demand in California on nearly a daily basis this summer, for as many as 9 hours a day. This is a huge accomplishment, and agencies like 3CE are very much a part of the reason why. Not only are the renewable projects we've contracted with contributing to the solution, but they are also achieving cost savings for our customers. And because of a decision by our policy board last year, they are being evaluated based on their commitment to local community engagement, environmental protection, and workforce support. In addition to providing clean power, I also talked about providing direct investment. Some of our recent projects include helping to pay for an all-electric transit bus for the city of Salinas, and for an all-electric school bus for the Salinas Elementary School District. These projects are reducing emissions that bring serious health impacts. We're helping to clean the air, protect our environment, and build better health outcomes for our communities. To reduce emissions in the built environment, our new construction electrification program supports affordable housing projects, including the Alfred Diaz Infante Affordable Apartments in East Garrison. We have plans to support more than 200 new housing projects with completion dates ranging from this year to 2026. Another place we're investing is in agriculture. We provide funding assistance for all-electric farm equipment to replace diesel-powered pumps, tractors, and more. We've helped big and small farms in all the 5 counties that we serve. Here is a summary of the residential, commercial, and agricultural rebates available to our customers, including the ever-popular Electrifier Ride, which offers rebates for new and used electric vehicles. What you're seeing here is the total amount of incentive dollars that have gone to customers in Monterey County for these programs. And I also want to announce a new program which we just launched last month, which are rebates for residential batteries. We're providing between $3,900 and $6,500 for the installation of residential batteries. For our income qualified customers, stacking our rebate with other available incentives can pay for the entire cost of the battery and installation. So specifically in Monterey County, we have invested more than $5.8 million through our energy programs. And I do really want to emphasize the programs that are available specifically for the county itself. As you know, California has strict mandates for electrifying fleets. This is a major undertaking for local governments, and we are here to help. We have funding to help you plan how you're going to make this transition, how many EVs you'll need to purchase, and when your vehicles will charge and where they will charge. And after your plan is complete, we have funding to help pay for the vehicles and the charging infrastructure that you'll need. Monterey County has really been a great partner taking advantage of these opportunities, and we look forward to continuing to work with you in meeting your sustainability goals. So the last thing that I'll share for the public is that the applications for our energy programs are all available on our website, 3cenergy.org. And I hope that I've provided a good picture today of what our agency is doing to bring clean energy and community investment to the County of Monterey. So on behalf of everyone at 3CE, we thank you for the opportunity to be your local electricity generation provider, to support you and be your partner. And a special thanks to Supervisor Adams and to County Administrator De La Rosa for serving on our boards and providing the guidance and strategic direction to lead us to these accomplishments. Thank you so much for your time this morning, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the report, Ms. Stebbin. Thank you and for the work of everybody in your organization and staff. Is there anybody on the board that would like to make a comment? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, just one brief comment. I know I mentioned this to you in a private meeting. I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. I would just love to see a program that invests in public spaces with lighting, just knowing that that's been such a big challenge in our communities in rural southern Monterey County. So whether that's allowing for the creation of recreational spaces or just illuminating for basic public safety needs our communities, it would be greatly appreciated. So as you move forward, that recommendation to your board would be something I appreciate. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to thank for the presentation. I know 3C doesn't always get a chance to come in here and just give the public an update of how things are going and the progress accomplished each year. So I just wanted to thank you because I think that's always important to shed some light. I know you guys do it in your regular meetings, but it's also good to be able to expand into these Board of Supervisors meetings as well. Thank you.
With that, is there any public comment on this item? Yes.
Probably didn't think I could miss this one. Name is Eric Peterson. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm a stockholder in PG&E, which is certainly the elephant in the room, and I'm a bit of a dissident. Is there any chance that 3CE could take over the entire operation and kick PG&E back to Oakland since they bailed from San Francisco? Thank you.
Anybody else in the chambers that would like to make a comment or online? And nobody online, all right? With that, I believe we have just this presentation, so there's no action. I want to thank you again for the presentation and letting the public know the great work that you do. And we see always on our bills, and now it's always good to get a good explanation. Put that positive light into there. So thank you again. And with that, we will recess until 1:30. To reconvene the Board of Supervisors here for 1:30, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing remotely.
And Diego, will you please do the Spanish interpretation announcement?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first item up is number 12, which is the General Plan Housing Element 6th Cycle Update. Turn it over to our HCD team.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Monterey County Housing and Community Development. Alex or Quinn, can you please share the presentation on the HDMI? This was working earlier.
It looks like it's sharing the preview instead.
The preview.
I don't know how to switch that either. Quinn, can you pull it up so we can see? Uh-oh, there it is. That's what was up there. Perfect. Good to go.
Okay. Does the opposite of what I'm sharing here. So let's try that again. I got it. Okay. Again, Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development presenting the housing element status update for the board's consideration. I'll jump right into the status. We have updated the 5th cycle housing element with what we call the 6th cycle housing element. We made that update available for a 30-day public review and comment period. More than 30 days, it was actually 37 days. We received public comment throughout that period and concluded that public comment period at the Board of Supervisors on June 11th, where the board provided some direction for staff to make some edits, to submit the document with the edits to the state for their initial review of the draft ordinance, and to report back to the board today at today's meeting. In preparation for all of that, we have we've revised the draft following the board's direction and posted that revision on the county's website for a 7-day period, which according to the state is a transparency period. And we submitted the draft yesterday to State Housing and Community Development for their initial review. That's the place where we're at. We do still need to wait the 90 days for the state to review and comment. Then we have to revise our draft in response to the state comments, as well as any other revisions we plan to make before final adoption by the county, and then a subsequent submittal to the state for their review, which takes another 60 days. Keyboard. I would like to say that the county is currently not in compliance with our housing element mandate. It was due at the end of last year. When we're not in compliance, we are subject to a number of penalties. They include the builder's remedy, an inability or reduced ability to get state grant funding for certain programs, potential for fines and penalties from the state, and even the potential for the loss of our permitting authority. We did get an inquiry from State Housing and Community Development from their enforcement staff. They requested a timeline for the completion of the housing element in some detail. At the time, we responded and provided a timeline that said we would submit the draft by August 19th, which we've now done. I do also want to point out that revisions to the document are intertwined. So changing sites inventory and information in that way, that requires revising a number of things within the draft. So that takes some time, and that will occur after we receive the initial review and comment, as well as whatever direction the board provides today and in the future. Again, there'll be another opportunity for revisions after this initial draft review period. Going back to the June 11th board direction, the board directed us to remove 24 opportunity sites that were in the prior draft, add 10 additional sites, which were actually 14 different parcel numbers, add the East Laurel Affordable Housing Development, and submit the revised draft to State Housing and Community Development. So I'll go through some of the revisions that occurred between, at the board's direction, between the June 11th board hearing and today. You may recall all of the sites in Aromas were removed. There were 3 sites in Carmel Valley near Mid-Valley and near the mouth of the valley that were removed. There were 13 sites near the Monterey Airport removed. There were 2 sites off Highway 68 at the Cypress Church site removed, and 3 sites in North Salinas removed. These numbers, by the way, are the old numbers. Since we removed and added sites, we've had to renumber, so I'll try and keep that straight as we go. The sites that were requested to be added, there were several in Pajaro Las Lomas area. One was 100 Sill Road. There were 2 across from the middle school, and 2 that were back to back on a corner lot just north of the middle school, and 1 off San Juan Road, not far from the intersection of Porter, in between Porter and Gonda Road. The City of Marina requested that we consider adding a site near the CSUMB campus that's in their jurisdiction as an alternative to what was formerly Site 13, the Blanco Triangle site north of the Marina Airport. And then there were 3 sites added in Carmel Valley, 1 near the Barnyard area, 1 known as the former Blue Sky Lodge in the Carmel Valley Village area, and 1 near the Mid-Valley Shopping Center on Center Street. All of those changes were incorporated into the draft sites inventory that were submitted. Going through the specifics of each site that were added, we have done some analysis on those and have some information to provide back. Seeing the 29 San Juan Road here, this was not part of the draft we posted. So when we got the draft from our consultants, we noticed that this site was missing. This was one of the directed added sites by the board, so we had them submit that with that site added, that revised draft with this site added, the only change was the version that was submitted to the state. This is a unique site. It's zone light commercial, but it has been converted to residential. And the existing residential is not permitted at the time. So modifying this to a residential zoning would provide the ability to permit residential dwelling units at that site. Moving over to Marina, this is where we have 2 fairly large sites, both of them vacant, and both of them owned by UCM Best, which is through the UC Santa Cruz system. Site 53 was added by the board as potentially an alternative to Site 7 now, formerly Site 13. That property 53 is in the city's limits, and there's kind of a blue dotted line that shows about where the boundary is. It's near the former landfill and the former Fort Ord. It is not intended that this draft will end up with both properties included. It was intended that one or the other will ultimately be chosen, and we did highlight that in a cover letter to the state when we submitted the draft. We did reach out to the UCM Best. They had indicated that they don't have plans to develop Site 53 at this time, but they still remain supportive of potential to develop Site 7, formerly Site 13, moving forward. A couple other sites going back to Pajaro and this is Pajaro. Across from the middle school, there are two industrially zoned properties off of Salinas Road. Both of them are non-vacant. We've submitted letters to the property owners, letting them know that there's potential for them to be added to our site's inventory. We have not heard back. These sites have existing tenants within them, so we're anticipating that we will get some comments from the state on adding these sites and changing their designation from an industrial one to potentially a residential site, and the ability for those sites to actually be redeveloped with housing in the future. The same is true for 70 and 80 Porter Drive, although it's not heavy industrial, but it is there's an existing heavy commercial use, which includes some automobile facilities, a store, and a couple of other tenant spaces that are occupied currently. The same situation applies here, where we've reached out, they haven't responded, and we expect to get some comments back from the state on those. If we're unable to prove that there's some ability for those to redevelop into housing in the 8-year planning cycle, then we may be in a position to need to remove those sites that were added. 100 Sill Road in Los Lomas. This property had a housing development proposal in the past. It's got kind of a long history, but it's in the coastal zone. And the prior housing development fairly recently concluded with the court. It was approved by the county, I believe, in the 90s, sat with the Coastal Commission on appeal for years. The Coastal Commission ultimately approved the project, but that approval was overturned by the court, I want to say a year or two ago now. We've reached out to the Coastal Commission staff. They believe there's some opportunity for housing here, but I don't believe that they would be supportive of rezoning this site to high-density residential, 20 units per acre, given some of its history and some other criteria that they're considering. So we're going to continue the dialogue with the Coastal Commission staff on this site, and we will have to address any comments we receive from State HCD on that as well. The 3 sites in Carmel Valley we did find could have the potential. We have developer interest. The one near the barnyard is an existing commercial building. Developer is interested in redeveloping that to housing. It is located in between 2 other sites that were previously identified anyway. The site at 10 Flight Road, formerly the Blue Sky Lodge, is a now unused lodge facility that has some potential to redevelop into housing, and it's close to a number of stores and restaurants and walkable to the school there. And then there's one site near Carmel Valley, Mid-Valley Shopping Center, behind it, closer to the river. We did reduce the capacity assumptions there, understanding that there will be a need for a setback from the Carmel River and the floodplain and the corridor along that river. So only the front area, approximately shown in the yellow there, was contemplated as being potential for supporting housing in the future. That is all of the sites that were added. That's our analysis of those sites. Again, those were included in the draft that was submitted to the state. We did, as part of the direction of the board and a number of the public comments and discussion leading up to that, revise the way we allocated our capacity assumptions. We used a number of existing legislative bills that direct housing on higher education facility sites or religious institution sites at a certain percentage of affordability. We used that percentage. We used all of our ability under high TCAC scoring opportunity sites and nonprofit-owned sites to include 100% affordable housing. And we reallocated quite a bit based on the RENA percentages that were provided to us through the MBAG process, whereas before we were using an 80-20 split. So the numbers have changed despite losing a number of sites in the previous round. We're still doing fairly well in the site capacity determination. We actually have a pretty high buffer, which would allow us to make some revisions and still maintain at least the recommended 15 to 30% buffer, which is intended to avoid the no net loss clause. The smallest buffer still, and as was the case before, is in the very low income category. But you'll see there that we have about 756 units surplus above our RENA allocation, which is about a 71% buffer in our revised allocations. We do want to highlight that we did add a couple of policies and programs to our policy and programs section of the draft housing ordinance. One being to address the added site in the city's jurisdiction, which would be to seek an agreement with the city and or UC Regents for the sharing of the RENA at that property. We did add a provision to allow 100% affordable housing projects by right. So that would mean it wouldn't go through a discretionary permitting process. We added a couple of other things that are shown on the screen here as things that we would study or include, including a plan or program that outlines concessions and incentives to remove barriers to housing production for developers that they could pick up and easily implement on their projects. We've received a number of comments since we posted the revised draft on our website 8 days ago now, and leading up to today's hearing. There were a number of requests to extend the review period. We had posted for the 7-day transparency following the board's direction, and we will come back and do some additional revisions after State HCD's draft review, including addressing their comments. We have submitted, based on the HCD enforcement inquiry and our timelines, to State HCD the draft with some highlights on our cover letter that say we do intend to consider making a few additional changes. We have received a number of inquiries specific to a number of properties. 2 of them off Aguajito Road that were part of the draft were not modified at the previous hearings, and a couple that were directed at the sites that were added in the June board direction. So we continue to receive and review those public comments, and we will continue to respond and take appropriate actions up until and through our final adoption and submittal to State HCD. So today we're asking the board to receive the status report and provide any comments or directions to staff as may be appropriate, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Askew?
I do have some questions or comments, but I know we have some public comment that I'd love to hear first.
Okay, Supervisor Adams, do you have any comments before public?
I'll wait for public hearing as well. Thank you.
Members of the public would like to address this in the chambers now. Please come forward. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, board. My name is Guido. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Marina. You should have a letter presented to you today. I'll just quickly summarize, but first wanted to acknowledge the staff for adding some policies for the City of Marina. Thank you. And having just finished the Marina housing element, I know it's quite a bit of work with competing stakeholders. So we still have concerns about site number 7 near the airport. The Marina Airport is the linchpin of the city's economic development efforts. Recently, the city received a $9.8 million Cal Competes grant to help Joviation further spur their economic development at the airport. Putting high-density housing near the airport could severely limit the development capacity of the airport. The proposed site is really not affordable housing site. There's no services, there's no transit. It really will not score well for the TCAC scoring. We're actually in the last 2 months of hopefully getting our downtown specific plan adopted. We're really trying to revitalize our urban core through the development of the downtown plan. This project site could potentially siphon away quite a bit of development potential from our downtown urban core. Another main concern is Site 7 does directly abut Zone 2 of the airport zone, where 10% of all airport accidents do occur nationwide. And there is concern about the airport runway compatibility zone directly abutting site number 7. So once again, thanking the staff for all the hard work. There are some concerns, and we look forward to continuing to work with the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Guido. Anybody else in the room? All right, seeing nobody coming forward, we'll see if there's anybody on Zoom who wishes to comment.
Michael DeLapa.
Mr. DeLapa, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. I'm Michael DeLapa, Executive Director of Landwatch Monterey County. First, Landwatch would like to thank county staff for addressing our concerns and Carmel Valley Association's concerns regarding the sites we identified in Carmel Valley. The proposed list is consistent with our goals in focusing new infill development largely at the mouth of Carmel Valley and secondarily in Mid-Valley. For this reason, we are not recommending any changes to the sites in Carmel Valley. We are also grateful that the capacity of proposed sites, which greatly exceeds the county's RHNA allocation, has been reduced from roughly 9,400 to 6,100 housing units. Unfortunately, that's still approximately 2,000 units above the county's RHNA allocation, even with a 20% buffer. Critically, many of the excess units are in sites without infrastructure and other resources, on farmland or sensitive natural lands, distant from jobs, and with very low scores for affirmatively furthering fair housing. Many sites also directly conflict with general plan policies about where to direct growth. In light of excess capacity and policy conflicts, Landwatch urges the county to remove sites 1, 2, 24, 25, 26, 40, 47, 48, and 52. My colleague Laura Davis will provide additional details on these sites. To ensure thoughtful deliberation and meaningful public participation going forward, Landwatch asks county staff to provide a more detailed plan and timeline for the remaining housing element process than what they've shared to date. The plan should also include dates for workshops and hearings that provide ample evidence for public input from around the county. Thank you for the opportunity to encourage a better public process that leads to a better housing element.
Landwatch.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Landwatch.
Do we have anybody else online?
Brian McCarthy.
Yes, Mr. McCarthy, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Chair, Church, Supervisors, my name is Brian McCarthy. I'm a resident of Marina, former planning commissioner, current city council member, local land use advocate. Unfortunately, the Marina City Council did not have a meeting since the current draft was released, so I don't have permission to represent the council, and I'm simply representing my own views as a resident. First, thank you for taking the affordable housing crisis so seriously and aggressively over planning to meet your RHNA numbers. I know there's some controversy about taking such an approach, but I believe by doing so, you've given yourself more than ample room to address most legitimate concerns, such as those that you'll hear from me about the sites in Marina. I would respectfully suggest removing Site 7 at the airport triangle would be the most prudent action at this point for a number of reasons. Most urgently, as you look to Marina, I would ask you to consider a lens of both equity and perhaps equality as the Marina looks to develop its economic engine that is our airport in a way that benefits the residents of Marina. As you've made significant concessions, as Mr. Spencer mentions, removing, I think, 13 sites from the Monterey airport area, there are similar concerns in Marina regarding growth and development of our airport. And the incompatible land use is so close to our runway exclusion zone. Marina is committed to being a good partner with the county, as evidenced by identifying Site 53, working towards affordable housing goals, both locally and in coordination with the county. And secondly, I would just mention that our voters overwhelmingly supported an urban growth boundary in 2020 and reaffirmed that with an 81% approval rating at the ballot box in 2000, and then again in 2020. And so I would urge you to not look at the airport triangle site that encourages that urban sprawl and focus on site that is within the city of Marina and includes the urban infill. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And Land Watch.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Laura Davis. I'm the Deputy Director of Landwatch, and I will be providing comments on Landwatch's behalf. Landwatch continues to be concerned by the inclusion of sprawl sites, new and old. We call on the county to remove the following sites. Sites 1 and 2 involve extensive development on agricultural land. The sites are not within a highly developed area and have a correspondingly low TCAC score. They are outside of the community areas and rural centers designated under the 2010 General Plan Update. Site 24 also involves extensive development on agricultural land and has a low TCAC score of 8. Sites 25 and 26 consist of sprawl development in Chular, also on agricultural land, and with a low TCAC score of 12. Landwatch does not object to the other sites in Chular which constitute infill. Site 40 needs to come out because it involves development of forested area and environmentally sensitive natural habitat. Site 47 is on natural lands on the former Fort Ord. The development consists primarily of market rate housing. Moreover, there is no water to serve additional housing development on the former Fort Ord under the settlement agreement between Marina Coast Water District, Landwatch, and Keep Fort Ord Wild. Site 48 on Sill Road would develop an environmentally sensitive area that was previously the subject of litigation which ultimately halted the development. Site 52 involves extensive development of farmland. There are plenty of other sites in Pajaro, so this one is not needed. If all of these sites are removed, it would reduce the total unit number from 6,092 to 4,698, a figure that is still well above the RENA with the 20% buffer, in total and across every income category. Since staff has already sent the draft to HCD, we request that they send a letter correcting the site inventory to exclude these sites. Thank you.
No other public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back here for the board. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. Let's see here. I want to acknowledge the significant amount of work that our HCD team has done to get this draft updated with all of our direction and then get it submitted. I will say I think the changes to the site numbers have been quite confusing for many conversations that are happening. So as we move forward, if there's a way we can make sure we remain consistent with what we have from here on out, I think that would be appreciated by everyone. I also want to just, in terms of direction, I think that we should, as we move forward with planning, anticipate and plan for a mid-year or mid-cycle update. I know that wasn't how we started the planning, but now that you're asking us for direction, that's the direction I think we should be providing to you. I also think that as we move forward with future planning, we have approximately 1,400 units that are already in the pipeline. And the way that this draft was drafted, it sort of takes those pipeline and adds them on to additional units. I think we need to be thinking about the total number, that 690 units total, building off of the pipeline units to start with. We're still really far above where our RENA count needs to be. And so I want to make sure we're planning for those pipeline units as part of our total. I also want to recognize the conversations that have taken place since we gave direction when this came to us last in regards to the triangle parcel, the UCM Best parcel that is adjacent to the city of Marina and the airport. there remains a lack of clarity a lack of collaboration between what UC MBEST representative is communicating versus what is clear and has been clear from the city of Marina, that they are concerned with the development of high-density housing at this property due to the conflict with the airport and the city's really intentional planning efforts. So I'm going to, again, ask my colleagues if we can give direction today to clearly and unambiguously take that triangle parcel, formerly Site 13, currently listed as Site 7, off of the list for consideration moving forward. That does not preclude the City of Marina to continue negotiations with UC MBEST to determine what might be appropriate at that site, but it, I think, alleviates a lot of the anxiety that is currently circulating in the community if we keep that particular site on our list. I think the other comment that I wanted to make, again, I think, so when the time comes, I would like to make a motion to incorporate some of that direction for staff as we move forward.
Go ahead, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much. And now, first of all, I want to acknowledge all the work from our staff and the community staff for responding to some of the needs. I think this is it's always a delicate balance and balancing of interest. But every time this comes up and every time we hold a town hall or a public meeting on this topic of housing and our arena numbers and the housing element, it's always a reminder to me and to my constituents of why so many people continue to suffer in Monterey County with the lack of housing, there's a lot of overcrowded housing, and the housing that exists, especially in my district, and why we have so high rents, and why the American dream of owning a home is impossible for so many of our hardworking residents in this county. And when we look at our county demographics, 70% are people of color in this county. Many who have lower incomes but are the backbone of our economy, of our communities, especially in ag and hospitality. And it's hard for me to hear over and over again those who want to just continue to minimize. And some of the folks who speak got their home. They realize their American dream. But I think the only renter up here sitting on this board, and there are so many of my constituents that can't afford a home. So it's always hard. It's easy to say, don't build, take these properties off. Let's not consider them for areas where we can help our residents realize the American dream. And I want to be very clear, RENA is not the floor. It's not the ceiling. It's the floor. It's where the minimum of what we should be trying to achieve over the next year. It's not the maximum. So to make an argument that our arena for unincorporated Monterey County is just over 3,000, I think 3,300. Therefore, we should take out all these other properties that are somehow not needed. And we know we are zoning, we are planning for areas that could be built and accommodate our future housing needs. It doesn't mean they're all going to get built all overnight, because we know there's a lot of market conditions and infrastructure conditions that make building on all these different parcels that we're including in our housing element, some more difficult than others. I'm very strong for keeping the UC MBEST property as a potential site. I think that's an ideal property we should be looking at, and it's been sitting there for many years, at least in the 8 years that I've been sitting here, and many years before that. I think since Fort Ord closed, discussions about what to do and put that to good community use. I don't think we should be removing that. I think including it keeps it on the table, keeps the negotiations going, and keeps planning efforts going for that critical piece of property within our county. I just want to remind the public, I think when we started, the original draft had over 9,000 potential areas for 9,000 potential units of housing. Now it's just over 6,000, and now people want to bring it under to just over 4,000. That's not solving the housing crisis. That's not solving our homelessness crisis in our county. And I'm going to push back on that, because I think our number one issue that each of us hear every election, and that we hear now, is in the discussions happening here in the city of Salinas right now. How do we make housing more affordable? How do we make rents not skyrocket so much? We all clearly know that demand for rents, the demand for housing far exceeds what is available in current housing stock. So I want to push back because I think we need to include as many possibilities within this housing element. It's already been scaled back significantly already to address some concerns, and in particular for particular parcels that were originally included. But this is where you put your action, not just having words. This is where we put our actions into play when we submit these kind of critical documents to our state, and as we plan for housing growth in the future. So that's where I stand. I want to support what county has the work that the county staff have now included in this draft of the housing element. The only last question I had was one particular housing parcel in my district, which is not very much because my district is all within the city limits of Salinas, but we did have the formerly 855 East Laurel. Now I think it's 835 East Laurel officially. That's potentially 130 units of all affordable housing in partnership with Eden Housing. That's in the pipeline. But that was one that I think last meeting we said we might include. I just didn't know if it actually got included this time around. You're nodding yes, so I think, okay, that answers my question. All right. Well, thank you for that. I think I've said what I wanted to on this draft. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. There are a few things that I'd like to comment on. And one is that I don't think anyone is doubting the fact that we need a lot more housing than we have now. There's no question about that. But to solve our crisis, we need the right kind of housing. And to put market rate housing, to sink everything into market rate housing simply isn't going to solve our solution, isn't going to be the solution, because the people who are our service workers, our teachers, our fire people, the first responders, they can't afford market rate housing. So I think we need to do everything that we possibly can to encourage, as an example, MBEST, when you want to talk about putting in multi-unit homes, that sounds great, but not at market rate. And if they need help in some way to be able to find it more affordable to develop in that way, the way that we need it to be developed, I think that we need to be very creative in trying to come up with ways that we're able to assist people in building the kind of housing that it is that we need. I want to thank staff specifically for the letter that accompanied the draft plan set forward. I'll just go ahead and read the last paragraph. The paragraph just before the sites was that the county would like to highlight that our proposed buffer exceeds that recommended in each of the income categories. And we highlight this because there may be a desire to remove some sites from our draft, including those sites listed below. And then it lists site 53 and comments on 7, which is formerly known as 13. And then the site 48 as well, just some additional comments. But I really want to thank you for that, because I think that you heard what people were saying, that, this was like over planning. And I think we alerted state HCD that things might change a little bit for us. As I mentioned earlier, I really appreciate policy concepts that are going to remove barriers for the developers. And the idea of incorporating, I know some people have talked about a vacancy tax. I need to figure that out a little bit more. But I think that we really have been working, I should say this about Craig specifically. He has been working so hard on this, and I think has really gone over the top as far as listening to us and incorporating ideas and thoughts that we have. So I'm very thankful that we're moving forward. I know that there's a discussion about having in the plan having a community open house, so to speak, where we're able to let the community weigh in when we hear back from HCD, from state HCD. And I was unclear whether that was going to be 1 for each of our districts, or whether there was just going to be 1, which I think in our county is always difficult to be comprehensive. So I thank all of you for the work that has gone on with this. I know how difficult it's been, and all of us as board members have very different opinions. But in the end, I feel confident that we as a county are going to end up with something that we can make work. Because as Supervisor Lejo just said, it's what we need. You know, we have to have more housing. And I just put comma, affordable housing of the that will really meet the needs of the people who need housing in our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to participate remotely today.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to share, last week I had the opportunity to go to Sacramento, spend a little time with the Carpenters in an event they held where they champion housing and talked about all the different measures they put forward to bring housing to our community. And they talked about the economic benefit that comes when you get into development, right? Those temporary jobs that can be considered while they're being constructed. But to me, I started thinking about Joby as we think specifically about that marina location. And as we talked to them when they were considering us as the location for their largest investment, which we did not get, one of the major drawbacks was the lack of housing at market rate for their workforce. And so I don't want to get into this, hey, it's one or the other. And when we look at our requirement that 20% of the housing be low income, when we're talking about the numbers we are, when there's 2,000 extra units at 20%, that's 400 extra low income, moderate income, workforce level income families that have a potential to get a unit. Again, as Supervisor Alejo said, it's a floor, not a ceiling. We have to provide for the people that are here, and if we are truly investing in our development and our growth, we have to create the units. We can't just pretend that these units aren't necessary. Our families are begging for them. They're calling for them. If your concern is greenhouse gases, well, we let people live near where they work. This is how we do it. We build the housing. We can't keep making excuses and we can't keep removing different pieces without saying where the rest are going to go. I'm not going to support the removal of any lots today if there isn't the inclusion of an equal amount of units on the other side, because our communities are calling for it and they deserve it. Especially that was called out in the community of Chula. That is a community who shows up and begs for housing. Market rate housing they are begging for. They're multi-generational, living under a single roof that could afford more homes, but they want to live in Chula. They don't want to move to Salinas. They don't want to move to Gonzales. So I'm here speaking for those folks who are busy working today, who can't be in this room, because I've heard directly from them in those listening sessions that we hold throughout the county, throughout the 3rd District, specifically for myself. These families want this housing, they want this opportunity, and the more we stand on their throat and say we're speaking for them, I think the clearer it becomes. I think we have a request into the state at this point. We've asked them to opine on what we've submitted, and to say we're going to change it while it's in the middle of the mix and try to play a shell game isn't something I'm supportive of. Let's wait and see how they respond. Let's hold some community meetings. Let's hear back directly from people and make our decision then. Let's not try to move the goalposts since we just submitted this literally yesterday. That is my request today and what I'm going to support in terms of any actions that might come out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. So we'll look at it. We looked at this, I think it was on June 11th earlier, and we had a pretty extensive meeting, went down all the sites that were listed, and I know some of the comments, some of the concerns are coming back with some of those sites that we've already discussed, and there's new ones that we have had coming on, and I don't want to be going backwards again when we've looked at some and people have had a chance to express themselves in favor or opposition to others, and the board has made a decision on that. There's new ones here, primarily, and a couple of others that were undecided back in June. So myself is I hope that we stay focused on what's new before us here and not reopen the whole issue again on everything. I think we got to be somewhat selective here, and I do understand the need for the housing, and I agree with Supervisor Adams. It just can't be market rate housing. That's just going to encourage people from outside the area. It doesn't help the people that live here. It doesn't help the people who work here. It doesn't help the people who are packed into multiple families into a home here. We need to have housing that works for people in Monterey County. But we got to take advantage of multiple sites around here. It's interesting when we look at things here and we evaluate a lot of these, these sites, some of them will work out and some of them won't because there's other problems. There's water problems even on some of these or things that we haven't gotten into discussion or other infrastructure issues at hand. So I know we're looking at really picking what should be housing without having the whole picture always in hand. But this is what we have. This is what we have to go on, and not a perfect system, but I guess it's a system. So I'll pass it over to Supervisor Alejo, then Supervisor Askew.
Just make a brief comment because we're not talking about just market rate housing because we have an inclusionary housing ordinance. And we've done, I don't know why every time we keep saying, I have to keep reminding people, that's not how housing works. We have an inclusionary housing ordinance so that when we build market rate housing, there's always going to be a percentage that are affordable. And it varies. These projects change a bit, but we've gone anywhere from 20%, sometimes to 28% when we added some workforce units housing, at least in my 8 years here. So we're talking about both. Developers not going to build 100% affordable housing unless they're probably a nonprofit developer. And I would urge my colleagues, sit down with Eden Housing, ask them how long it's going to take to get the finances, to get the tax credits for the Eden Housing that we are building on county property in my district. It takes years. Talk to Mid-Peninsula Housing, how long it took them to build the project in Chinatown. That took years because it takes a lot of years to get the financing, the tax credits. They have to try to accumulate them sometimes over various years up until they got the finances to actually do the groundbreaking. Even for them, it's very difficult. Now, for a private developer, that's why it's a blend. It's a mix with the inclusionary ordinance, what could be costed out along with the market rate housing. There's a balance there. Otherwise, they won't build because it just doesn't pencil out for them. But we keep saying that almost at every hearing that we've talked about this. It feels like we're going in circles. Let's talk about how it actually works, and that when we build the market rate housing, there's always going to be that percentage of affordable housing that our families would really tremendously benefit from. And yes, if we could partner with nonprofit developers, Mid-Peninsula, Eden Housing, where that makes sense and it works for them, let's do that. But we have done that, and we are doing one now with them. But those are few and far between. That's 130 potential units. That's not going to get us across the finish line and meeting our RENA numbers either. So I just wanted to state that. I've said it before, but we keep repeating the same old arguments that we're only talking about market rate when in fact we are not, because we do indeed have an inclusionary housing ordinance. Thank you.
And the inclusionary housing ordinance has been in effect since 1980, and we can see how successful it's been with all the housing that there is available. So, I mean, I understand it isn't going to be just market rate.
That's not the problem, though. There's a lot of costs. There's CEQA, there's costs, increased construction right now. Let's talk about all the factors that make building housing difficult in California. It has the most complex set of state laws, local laws, than any other part in the country.
Sure, but if you think the inclusionary housing ordinance is really great and working, I disagree with it. It needs to be changed. But anyway, Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. Just as a baseline, we are building housing in District 4. We're building thousands of additional units in District 4. The city of Marina, I think, is probably one of our only cities that will meet its RENA this cycle and anticipated to meet it again next cycle. Marina is delivering the housing that our community needs. And Marina is asking us to be a good, thoughtful partner with them in terms of locating that housing. They've offered us an alternative site within the city boundaries of Marina to share the RENA with us as an alternative to the site that they've asked us to take off of our list. So Marina is engaging in good faith conversations with the county. Marina is taking control of its future by planning for economic development so that we have the jobs to go along with the housing, the jobs, the good paying career jobs to allow people to purchase the housing that we're building. We're building affordable housing in District 4. We've got the Alfred Diaz and Fonte Chispa units that just opened up. We just approved the specific plan update for East Garrison to finish the build out there. Light Fighter Villages in Marina will be opening 70 units of permanently affordable housing. The Dunes development is progressing. There's significant growth and housing being built in the community of Marina. So I think in order to also engage in good faith partnership, we should take action today to clearly say we want to continue working in partnership with Marina. We appreciate that you've offered us an alternative site that is within the core of the city of Marina for inclusion in our plan. And as a result, I'm going to ask that we give direction. I'll make a motion today to thank staff for getting our draft submitted, and for as we continue this process for planning, that we eliminate consideration of that triangle parcel, formerly Site 13, currently Site 7, moving forward. And I'll make that as a motion right now.
So I'm going to ask council, just based on that, I understand after our last meeting that we're not allowed to share arena figures. I've looked into it before because we are a general law county. If we were a charter county, we would be able to do that. But based on current laws, we can't do that. And I know that because I dove into that issue when we invested in the building of the Greenfield Commons with EAH, and we were asked, can you get some of these numbers? And we couldn't because of that factor. So while they may be offering to share it, legally, as I understand it, we can't. Can I get confirmation on that?
Well, my initial research, and I didn't do a deep dive, and I certainly can, is that we would be able to share, but it would have to be in agreement with the UC regents because it's their property and they're exempt from basically the city of Marina's jurisdictional controls. So if anything, it would need to be an MOU between the UC regents, us, and Marina. And that's something, like I said, I can look into more. We're talking about the site within the city of Marina, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we need clarity on that because I've looked into it and understand that we cannot share that. So
I can look into it more, and it's something that has to be okayed by state HCD as well. But in my initial research, that's what I found.
That makes it difficult for
Craig has more.
making some decisions if we don't have all the information today. Yes, Craig, you had some comments?
No, I think.
Okay, sorry.
I'll hold.
So just a quick question, a quick comment. Supervisor Church, I was really going where you were. I feel like we need to move forward today, yet I am concerned if we don't have all of the information that we need to have regarding the tricky issue that I think we're really talking about, and at one of the tricky issues, and that is parcel 7. Is that, Supervisor Rudasky, can you just weigh in on that a little bit?
I made a motion asking that we remove Site 7 from consideration as we move forward, given the concerns that Marina has outlined, given the fact that they've been engaging in good faith conversation with us to offer alternative sites, the level of anxiety that and staff time that's going to go into, I think, continuing to pursue Site 7, we could save all of that on the part of Marina as well as on the part of county staff if we could give clear direction today that moving forward, we intend to eliminate Site 7 from our final consideration.
And how many units were there, and are you proposing putting back any or just removing units?
Site, I don't have the chart in front of me, but I believe Site 7, we could eliminate Site 7, replace it with and I think it's Site 53, or previously Site 53. Craig, if you can correct me on that number.
Yeah.
And there is I don't know if it's a 1-to-1 unit transfer, but it would be, we could build higher density within the city boundaries with city services and potentially have higher scoring.
So 53 is within the city boundaries? So we're
53 is within the city boundaries where we would get credit, where Marina is offering to share credit for RENA. So Marina is effectively saying, listen, we've been really thoughtful about how we plan our development. We have an urban growth boundary that the residents have put in place. We're actively developing within the core of our community. We're investing in a downtown plan to bring vibrancy. We're planning for future jobs at the airport as a high-paying, good career path for folks. And we want to centralize development within our urban core. We're asking the county to take off Site 7 because it's not within the urban core and it potentially represents a conflict for the economic growth of the community. We're offering you this other site within the core of the community in exchange for that Site 7.
I guess I'm struggling. I'm still where Mary was last time. I want both, right? Like when I come down to it, why not do both? That's the piece I guess I'm struggling with is if we're trying to move the needle, let's do both.
And Marina's moving the needle more than any other community in our county right now.
I want to be fair.
So
We keep saying more than Greenfield did meet their arena figures, especially in that very low.
Okay, credit where credit's due in Greenfield.
Yeah,
But I will say,
forward.
like, when you want to look at a community that's walking the walk, doing the infill development, building a transit-oriented community, like Marina's doing all of the things that we say we want, and yet we would be potentially we're going against something that they're very clearly communicating to us as problematic. There may be resolutions for that they will continue working towards with UC Best partnership, but as a good partner and as a good neighbor, I think to hear that and recognize that and say, hey, let's figure out how do we continue moving forward together with infill development where and when we need it. I think it's only appropriate for us to consider Marina's request to remove that site.
No, but when I look at from the chancellor's office, I think it was a letter. They say they don't have any plans to build there right now either.
I think we have communication from one individual that it's unclear what the representation is.
And I just want to weigh in on the motion. I agree with what Supervisor Lopez said earlier, and actually, I think we even talked about it when we were trying to compete against Ohio for the expansion of Joby Aviation, because Supervisor Lopez is right. It was like one of their number one issues, whether there was enough workforce housing to attract their workforce of that size. I think they were expecting 1,800 workers to work there. Why would we cancel that out at this moment? By including it, we don't. We let the conversations continue. But to take it off prematurely in planning for what will occur over the next 8 years doesn't make any logical sense, policy sense, or zoning sense for me. And if the other site, I mean, it's striking to hear from where UC is, where they got no plans for one property, but they're telling us they do want to continue talks and continue planning for this particular ideal parcel. And that's why when people talk about housing, just because it doesn't have transit doesn't mean we shouldn't be talking about it, because those other amenities could be addressed in the future once housing is built there. Routes could be changed as a member of MST. But if there's not routes there, it's because there's not the housing that could be there in the future. So I just wanted to just weigh in. It was a big factor for us to lose economic development opportunities, and it's not ideal. I commend City Marina for doing it, but they're not doing everything. They got the 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 square foot homes that the board often talks about that they don't want to see as well. Just drive through Emption on the left and the right and see the size of those homes that are being bought up and who is buying them. KSPW did a story, and half of them were bought by folks leaving the Silicon Valley. So it's not all ideal as well. There's some struggles there as well, and questions whether that's the kind of housing that our family needs, housing of that square footage as well. So I just wanted to put that in perspective. I do commend Greenfield because they have, I think, been the leaders in actually meeting the arena numbers, not just this year, but in previous years.
Mr. Chair, one final point on the numbers, and if staff could, on 53, the number is what, 470? And then on 7, it's 960? Is that correct?
So Site 53 has a total capacity of 476 units, 214 very low income. Site 7, formerly Site 13, has 932 total and 419 very low in our assumptions.
So just point out, this not apples to apples, it's not 1-to-1, it's nearly double. So.
Supervisor Adams, do you have any other thoughts there? I'm trying to avoid.
Well,
skip you, I should say.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Number one, I really want to thank Supervisor Radascu for explaining the situation with Marina and much more clearly than before. And then regarding going down Imogen and seeing a lot of the houses, many of those were designed and put in place and voted on many years ago, and not certainly with the approach that I think is in Marina, that we see in Marina now, where there really is a strong family-oriented housing promise and push. I would like to go ahead and call for the vote. I think we have a motion on the floor, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair.
I don't think we have a second.
Correct.
I'll second the motion.
So the motion, make sure we're clear as we're going back and forth. Could you repeat it, please?
The motion is to thank staff for the work that they've done to get this submitted and to remove current Site 7, the triangle parcel adjacent to the Marina Airport, from our further planning work to remove that from inclusion in our housing element discussions and planning as we move forward, leaving everything else that's on the list.
And my understanding is that we really don't know if these numbers can be used for the county. Is that what I'm understanding?
We've heard, I will say we've heard from clearly from the City of Marina staff who have indicated that they can, and we've had some conversations with county, not to put you on the spot, Craig, but
yeah.
I think it's county council that would be the one that would be able to
there may be
respond to
more
them.
research needed, but every indication that we have so far is that in this particular site, due to the nuances or specific situation with this site, that yes, Marina can provide us with the RENA credit.
If UC Regents agrees and has an intent to build, they're the key element there.
Right?
That's the problem I'm having, because we don't have that piece of information. And to go and, to make a vote without everything together is a little tough. I'm okay with making that transfer and trade-off, but I don't want to come, have that vote and then come back and find out this doesn't fit. That's my concern.
And if I can, even if we remove this site, even if we were to remove both of these sites, which I'm not asking for, we would still be above our RENA numbers, both on a baseline and in every category. So,
if we removed both sites, we would be above our RENA numbers, but we would be below the recommended buffer. We'd be at about a 10% buffer at that point if both sites were removed. Okay.
But we're not making these changes on the draft that's already been submitted. So in some ways, I think we're really putting the cart before the horse, because we have to wait to see what they say before we can do anything.
So I would offer a substitute motion, Mr. Chair, that today we just thank staff for the presentation and wait to hear back from the state on the initial and continue these conversations, which I think need to be fleshed out before we vote.
I would be, I'd feel a little better with that, just having all the information together here. Can we get, what's our deadline really on this? What's our drop dead date, essentially?
Well, we're past our
I know, I understand that.
Yeah,
but
we're dead already.
We have submitted as of yesterday. I don't know if the 90 days starts as the day they receive it or the day it was sent, but it's essentially 90 days from now, we will have comments back from the state. Then we will begin another outreach, review, update, and hearing process that is similar to what we went through in the initial rounds.
So we can make this change on here at any point, either before or after the 90 days?
Yes. So we will have the benefit of the state comments after the 90 days, and we will then have to make revisions to address the state comments. We can make changes locally if we desire them. It has to then be brought through a formal adoption process before it's submitted to state HCD for the final review.
This is an iterative process. It's a long road. We're just starting.
I mean, I'm not opposed to this motion, but I really would rather, so to speak, have all our chickens in the pen before we start counting them. And I just think there's a little more information I'd really like to know on this.
I think there'll be more opportunities to have this, and I just want to be really clear. I'm going to represent the community of Marina in this conversation, and every opportunity that we have for public comment, I will be raising this issue. So let's get more information. I've now heard in two separate, our previous hearing on this when this was on the table for consideration, Glenn and I had asked for direction and had voted. Now the second from Mary. So I'm hearing very clearly that there's 3 of us who are interested in looking at the removal of Site 13, the parcel, the triangle parcel, whatever number we're calling it. And so I just want staff to hear loud and clear that there's a good likelihood that we can, that there will ultimately be direction to have this site removed. And the earlier we can do that in the process, the less staff time on the part of Marina, the less staff time on the part of our team, we'll be able to focus more on the other sites and on the other parcels to get those dialed in to where they need to be. So I'm just asking that the sooner that we can give that direction, I think it clears up staff time to focus on other sites. So I'll bring this up again at our next opportunity. Thank you.
And I just want to know if we can count these numbers and also what, any intent really the UCSC has on this. Because I know in a discussion I had many months ago, they did have interest in the other site.
As of this morning as well. And I had a call this morning.
But I don't know why they have interest in one site and not the other. So I'm not quite understanding that either.
And Mr. Chair, just if the next meeting that we have on this, if we could invite UC to come, it'd be important to hear from them, to hear their perspective and their plans for it. Please.
It's a good suggestion.
And I would just add that, how we work as collaborative partners with our neighboring cities matters. How UC Invest works with its neighboring agencies matters. And getting to agreement of whatever that agreement looks like, I think is important. And right now there's clearly not agreement from the partners who are around Site 13 triangle parcel. So until UC Invest and the City of Marina can hash out what the reality is, I'm not interested in having the county come in and be the final decision maker, given the fact that Marina continues to be a good faith partner with us, offering alternatives.
I think by removing 7 or 13, whatever number we want to issue, we are being the final decision maker today, right? So I want to let them have a fair conversation about what's possible, because at the end of the day, who benefits from these projects are our communities. And I think that is, well, they could be mine becoming yours, right? They're folks who want to live closer to where they work. So I'll call for the question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so, you want to make state your motion again, because I thought maybe we
The
might
substitute was just to thank
look at this
staff
as a
and then-
presentation.
Yeah, look at this as a presentation and wait for a response back from the state while continuing to look into the questions that were raised about whether or not the numbers could be shared.
Very good. Can we have yeah, in your second, we have a roll call vote on that, please?
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Lopez?
Yes.
Supervisor Ruescu?
I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Church.
Aye. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Spencer and Ms. Moretti. Do we have, we'll come up with schedule matter number 13 then, which is to consider approving some options on the development set-aside program.
Who's there?
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Church, Board of Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa, Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager. And today I have a presentation for you regarding the Development Set-Aside Program. Next slide. And so some brief historical background on the DSA program. So this was implemented back in 1985, specifically to promote and expand tourism, economic and agricultural development, and cultural arts activities that strengthen and broaden the county's economic base. And the current iteration of this program was developed to help streamline the funding and ensure that there's cost effectiveness delivered in these services for economic development specifically. Next slide. And so a quick rundown for you of everything that has transpired since May of 2023. So that was when the board gave direction to take this development set-aside program and review it within the Economic Development Committee. and that was provided during the budget hearings in 2023. And so from that, there have been several meetings at the Economic Development Committee level, over at the Budget Committee, and then also here at the Board of Supervisors. And on May 7th, the most recent meeting, staff presented 3 options. The board came up with an option to extend the development set-aside program going into our current fiscal year, but then asked staff to come back with additional options to be reviewed and to also include an RFP process within the options that were developed by staff and the CAO team. And so our current development set-aside program, as you'll see here, consists of 4 agencies. So we have our Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau, or C-Monterey, Arts Council for Monterey County, the Film Commission, and our Monterey County Business Council. And you'll see the amounts that each of those individually are receiving based on current funding that was allocated in this fiscal year. And so what we have for you today are 3 options for the board to review and provide feedback on and potentially select from. And so within this first option that we're presenting from economic development is that we recommend that the DSA program opens an additional industry sector within the current 4 industries that are allotted within the program. So we currently have arts, film, small business, and tourism, but looking to include technology and innovation as one of our major industry sectors here in the county that is rising up, and one that definitely underpins everything from agriculture to tourism. And also along with that, recommending that the DSA formula be discontinued, which was recommended at the last board meeting. And each organization that submits for funding request a specified amount within their proposal to economic development by way of RFP. And moving into option number 2, for the proposal from staff is that we recommend the DSA program potentially open to all industry sectors and organizations. This is something that we heard clear comments and direction from the board during the May meeting that there is an interest in. And so what staff has done is we put together potential for funding at this level would be in the range of $100,000 to $2 million, seeing what we currently have with our 4 economic development agencies or DSA agencies. And so this would be over a 5-year term, but the funding would be each year. So an example would be if an agency was awarded $200,000, it would be $200,000 for that first year, and that agency would then submit a proposal for year 2, and that funding could go up or go down based on the amount of funding allocated within the overall DSA budget out of TOT. But we're asking for a 5-year term so that there's not this RFP process that would bog down staff time and expand on potentially delayed payments for this program going forward. And the third option for the DSA program would be that it would be open to all industry sectors and organizations as well, but with a limited amount of funding. So to include smaller organizations in the range of around $50,000 to $1 million per year for a total of a 5-year term. And lastly, within the RFP process, so for the staff receiving applications, working with contracts and purchasing, we have recommended 3 separate options for that. So we've been directed that we would go in the process of an RFP for this program going forward. And so with that, we're recommending these 3 potential options for the board to select from if one is of interest, which is that we recommend the proposals be reviewed and receive a recommendation from the Economic Development Committee, potentially, to move forward to the Board of Supervisors for final approval. That would be one option for once the RFP is issued and we receive proposals, that they would then go to the Economic Development Committee for scoring and rating and then brought to the board for final approval. The next would be that we recommend proposals are reviewed by a potential ad hoc that is decided by the board. So it could potentially be one representative selected by the board from each district that would sit on an ad hoc committee and review these proposals that come in, and then recommend the top 10 or so. That's yet to be decided, but that's something that we would ask for direction from the board, that an ad hoc would review, present those final candidates to the board, and the board would make that final selection and then decide on the funding allocations. And lastly, that the RFP proposals would come in, it would go to staff, and staff would review all of the potential proposals that come in and bring in a full-scale matrix and scored it and brought it to the Board of Supervisors for you all to review during a scheduled hearing and make your selection on which organizations should receive approval and their level of funding that would go forward. And overall, here is the list of recommendations with the options included. And if there are any questions from the board regarding this, we can do a deep dive into any piece of this.
I have a question here too, just a minute, Supervisor Alejo. On the options 2 and 3, reference to a 5-year term, are we talking about then allocating a decision made for over a period of 5 years? Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
How would a variable, and because this is all paid for through the TOT, how would a variable in the TOT that maybe goes up or down, particularly down, have the impact then on that 5 years? How do we adjust to that?
So in the last board meeting, we approved the development set-aside guidelines, which specifically indicates that each fiscal year, a DSA agency that's selected will have to provide a proposal to the board. So at that time, when those proposals are provided to the board for a funding amount, that's where we would come to the board, very similar to what is currently done, except that we have a funding formula. This would be an amount that is requested by that agency that the board would potentially approve based on the amount of funding that's available. So currently we have the funding formula where the board approves based on the formula being calculated and delivered. This would be the request from said agency, and then the board would decide if we have the budget for that amount, how much we need to decrease it, how much we could increase it.
So it would be the formula that's being approved, not the actual dollar amounts. So it could go up and down over a period of those years.
Yeah, so currently the board has indicated that there's a 8.93, I believe, % for DSA. So there's a total pot of funds. These agencies would be requesting for a specific amount. So it'd be at the board's discretion as to how much funding is allocated to each of the individual agencies rather than a set formula provided to them.
Yeah, I understand, but they would vary year to year.
Correct.
Yes. Supervisor Alejo, you had a...
Yes, I want to give my initial feedback. Thank you for this. But there was one more option that it's not on the list, and it is keeping status quo, right?
Oh, yes.
That's where I'm at. And I'll tell you why. A lot has happened. I think our board, our staff have a lot more information that is different since June when we asked for some additional looking at reviewing of this. The fiscal outlook for the county is going to be much more challenging in future years. There's not going to be a lot more money. The cost pressures and various core services that we provide to our residents is going to only become more difficult, especially next year, especially the year after that. And right now, status quo keeps those organizations kind of grandfathered in to only four. And it gives those organizations, one, stability. Stability is important, financial stability, so they could predict what employees they could keep hired the following year, what services they could keep doing. Whereas the other models do two things. They open up a limited pot of money to a lot more people, which means inevitably there's going to be winners and losers, probably a lot more losers than winners. And not only people who might not get a grant, that put a lot of time into applying, but number two, we put ourselves in a position where we feel now what we used to give 2-4, now let's split it over 8 organizations, in theory. I could see that easily being the outcome of this. And then nobody will be happy. And then the grandfathered in organizations, we're going to have to scale significantly either their staff or their services that they depend on to do the work they do throughout the year. I don't think that's fair to them. I don't think it's fair to the services that we know that they're good at. Some of these are very small, like Business Council, under 200. Film is only 3, but the largest obviously goes to the Convention and Visitors Bureau. But we know that the scale of their work is much greater, and bringing conferences and a lot of other things to our area, and that also support hospitality. So 2 and 3 for me are I think for me, I see them as divvying up a limited pot of money, instability for those organizations, and in the end, I don't think both of those options will make no one happy with the county. Number 1 does away with the process, but it adds additional one. Again, some concerns there. Is this really a time when I think this Board of Supervisors know that we have difficult financial times ahead to open it a little, the limited pot of money to an additional sector? I would say probably not right now, maybe down the road when our fiscal outlook is a little bit more hopeful than it is today. So that's, I want to at least speak in favor of the unlisted option of status quo, because it allows us to keep what we approved in June, but in the next budget year, perhaps keeping that, maybe if we're able to do a COLA or reasonable increase, just like we did this year. It keeps cost limited, and it leaves us the flexibility with the rest of the TUT to address the other fiscal pressures that we know are around the corner and next year are going to be, I think, very difficult ones. And I want us to be very honest. I want us to take with all seriousness. There is really tough decisions to be had come next fiscal year, and I just don't think right now is the time to open up a limited pot of money for a lot of competition, and I don't want to waste any organization's time putting RFPs and spending time on these applications in the end for them to only end up disappointed with us. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
Thank you very much. And thank you, Supervisor Alejo. You've taken the words right out of my mouth. In addition to that, I think the other element that we've not looked at or discussed really much is this is going to take an inordinate amount of time for staff to be able to run this new program that we're starting. I feel like it's inappropriate at this point for us to try to do something like that. Quoting as Supervisor Alejo had said, that we are going to be facing some very difficult budget times. Do we really want to invest in additional staff to do this program that is an unsettling one? The other thing that I was thinking about is that I feel like if we want to take this next year, what we really might be doing is asking ourselves this question: what is the purpose of the DSAs? What is the purpose? Why did we set it up? And is that reason still viable? And if it's not, then I think we should really revisit the entire process. But at this point, I am in full agreement that I do not think we should move forward with any changes, any major changes. But if staff has the opportunity during the next year to be able to work with the Economic Development Committee and of course, keep the board apprised, that we should take a look at why do we have the DSAs? Why is the program set up? Is it working? And if it is working, then that's great. Status quo works. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I want to kind of piggyback on some of your thoughts, too. I mean, I do think there are some changes that need to be done to this formula and how it's done. I think there's some, there has to be some organization to look at for long-term funding. I think there's others that need to be brought in that are doing also a good work. But this all piggybacks off of the TOT, which was started in 1965, and then in 1985 it was directed to this DSA, and it was a lot more narrow right then and clear. And as I start to look at the development set-aside program guidelines on here, and I look around what's criteria to be considered a DSA agency, and there's 14 different points down here, but the first one starts off alignment with county goals. And when I look over here with, exactly what are the county goals, but when I look into the DSA's county goals, there's 4 of them listed here. Assure a sustainable and diversified economy that builds on a county of moderate local assets. 2, enhance and improve county services to ensure an adequate safety net and quality of life for all county residents. 3, assure a strong public safety system which protects the public and minimizes the fear of crime. 4, assure the financial stability of the county. And then there's still another 13 lists down there. So I don't know if really we have a plan for what this whole program is, and what we're really trying to achieve out of it. So as I start looking at these, I think worthwhile ideas that you brought up, or or holding it such as it is, Supervisor Alejo and Adams have mentioned. I think maybe we need to take a step back and just figure out what is this program for, frankly, because right now, I look at this, I don't see how any agency can't meet one of these guidelines in here. And, there's got to be some focus to it, what we're trying to achieve. And I really don't know what we're trying to achieve with this. And so that would be what I would look at right now at this point, is maybe we need to take a step back and then just basically try to narrow this down to something that makes sense, something that we, a purposeful goal behind this whole thing. Because right now, when I look at these goals for the county of protecting the public and minimizing the fear of crime, you have a neighborhood watch group seek funding, and it would fit into that. So, that's, if nothing else out of this, that's what the direction that I would like to give if we come out of here today. But Supervisor Lopez, and ask you haven't commented.
Yeah, I'll just state I'm really looking forward to hearing from the public. I know there's a lot of folks in the room that showed up for this particular item today, but given where we are, I am at the moment leaning towards the same of sort of letting it sit where it is, but with the same concerns you raised about the bigger vision, right? I do think some of that's there while not part of the DSA set aside. It's there in some of what we've been able to do in the last couple of years about reinvesting more in the roads and looking at some of those really critical pieces that were promised to community. But like anything else, like a river evolves as it moves through the Salinas Valley, right? Every year it looks a little different. And this program over the years has changed. And I remember a period when I sat on the Arts Council back 13 years ago, when we were told the new focus is economic development. That's all we want to focus on. And that was the drive of the board at the time. And we responded as the Arts Council to specifically focus on our economic impact on community, right? The quality of life aspect in terms of what we were messaging out went away because we were asked to specifically focus on the economic development piece. Those decisions that happened over the years have changed how these different DSA groups are presenting themselves to us, because it's what the different boards have asked for over time. And so as we look at what this current board's goals are for this funding, as we've been elected by the public to make decisions, I look forward to hearing from our constituency here today, but also from the public, because I don't want to make a decision today, but I want to go out now that this is out there and take some input from community and be ready to come back. But where I am largely today is I'm comfortable with the algorithm and where we are and our partners based on some of that. But I agree that the larger conversation and potential, as we did last year in setting some additional funds aside to allow us that flexibility to invest in those folks that didn't feel seen, heard, or invested in, was there. While we're still working out how we're going to actually invest those dollars down to the details, those pieces are how I've seen us sort of morph it over the last 24 months, and look forward to more of that, but really look forward to the public input today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, with that, I'll open it up to the public if there happens to be anybody in the chambers that wants to speak. I figure there might be a few. Please come forward. You have 2 minutes.
I don't think I'm talking. My name is Jose Velasquez. I'm here in my individual capacity as a resident from Monterey County since 1966. I'm not accusing, I'm just being factual. Natividad Medical Center intentionally discriminates against poor Mexicans that don't have, I'm making this statement under penalty of perjury.
This is where the development set aside?
Well, no, I said it wasn't on that.
Excuse me?
I'm not speaking on that subject.
Well, that's a subject that we're having public comment on. General public comment was this morning. Yeah, and that's what I was mentioning. We have So I'm sorry, but we have the general public comment for items in the morning. It's usually between about 10:30 and 11. I would suggest if you come in around 10:30.
I apologize. Yes, I'll do that.
No, that's perfectly fine. I welcome you coming up here and making your comments.
Okay. Thank you very
So
much.
we will be here next Tuesday on the 27th is our next meeting.
Sounds good.
And
Thank you.
and please be in the chambers. And when we call for general public comment, please come on up.
I'll be here at that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for coming in today, and see you next week.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Paul Farmer with the Monterey County Business Council. I hear what you all said. If it's the choice of the board to maintain the status quo, I think the Business Council would be supportive of that. From the 3 recommendations that the Economic Development Committee put forth, if you were to choose one of those, the one that we would ask you to support would be the first option, where you would just add a sector from the technology and innovation. To Supervisor Alejo's point, that may take away some funds from one of the other 4 current DSA partners, but we see how that could make sense, and we're aware of some groups that are doing work related to economic development in Monterey County. With options 2 and 3 opening up the formula to lots of other groups, as Supervisor Adams commented, I think there could be a lot of work that could come from that. There's 2 things, not just staff time, but then a lot of these different nonprofits, of which we have many in Monterey County, would also, I think, be lobbying directly with the supervisors, and it would become, significant. Moreover, I think, as Richard Vaughn cited in the history of the program, the DSA set-aside was originally intended to help the economic development in Monterey County, right? And so to us, that means you're investing some of the transit occupancy tax into organizations that can show that bringing new jobs, more revenue for companies that are here, improving tourism, getting heads in beds, all of those things. Our current DSA partners have a long history where we can show that positive ROI. If you open it up to anybody, I think a lot of those other nonprofits would have a much more tenuous connection. So I don't think that necessarily makes sense. And the final point is, we think on the proposal selection options, it would probably make most sense to let the EDC make the recommendations, since it's balanced with voices from labor and business and whatnot, and then bring their recommendations to the board for you to make the final selection. Thank you for listening. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. I'm Rick Aldinger. I'm speaking on behalf of the Monterey County Hospitality Association this afternoon. I don't hear much feedback from supervisors that I disagree with on this topic. When I read the proposal, I was a bit perplexed. A percentage formula, like the current DSA, rewards performance when we promote the county and prosper, and conversely shares the pain during downturns for whatever reason. These proposals look to require significant commitment of time and resources to implement and maintain, which is not in our best interest. The word quagmire comes to mind. As you know, hospitality is the number 2 industry in the county. Should that industry suffer along with the county's budget to subsidize other unproven industries and organizations? What I'm seeing here is that the money that goes to See Monterey in particular is an investment in the prosperity of Monterey County, not an expense. This investment provides the means to do more good for everyone in the county, thus meeting county goals. If we lower our investment in promoting our destination, county TOT revenue will not increase at the same rate it otherwise would, which in turn will tempt us to raise the TOT rate, further hurting the industry. This hurts everyone. These proposals don't seem to eliminate the need to revisit this subject each year, something I've heard supervisors wish would change, and not to mention the stability that it would provide for an organization like See Monterey. All of this leads MCHA to strongly urge you to do what you have suggested. Put the brakes on this for a moment, pending conversations with your Economic Development Committee and hospitality stakeholders. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers? Yes.
Hi there. I'm Karen Nordstrand with the Monterey County Film Commission. I'm your Monterey County Film Commission and representative. Our nonprofit is a small but very successful and a unique type of economic development provider. We get economic boost for the county from on-location film projects. And each year since being named the official film commission representing the county globally, we have exceeded the goals of attracting and assisting filmmakers here to the tune of $136 million year to date. As a nonprofit, economic development and the DSA funding is critical to us so that we can continue to keep bringing all sorts of film productions here and helping them and keeping the lights, camera, and economic action coming to Monterey County. So we would very much hope that the formula could be continued. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair, CAO. Appreciate the opportunity to say a couple things. My name is Rob O'Keefe. I'm the President and CEO of C Monterey. And I guess foremost, I'd like to express some appreciation. I know you all have put a ton of work in. Richard, Isela have put a lot of work in. The Economic Development Committee have put a lot of work in. And it's important to note that because this is a very important matter, as you've been deliberating on for a while. I would just like to echo a couple of the points made already by you in this conversation. I'm not going to comment on the options before you, but I will just note what has been said. Supervisor Alejo said it. We're engaged in long-term strategic opportunities here, all of us, all of the DSAs. And speaking just for hospitality and tourism, the tourism economy, we're looking at things in the long term. We're looking at things like how do we position the county for a base camp for FIFA, for example, that's coming in 2026. How do we take advantage of the Super Bowl that's going to be up the road, not too far from us? We can draw things from that. We can draw things from the Olympics that are coming to LA. We are in the midst of putting together a long-term plan and outlook through 2030 right now, which will be published at our annual meeting in September. That's going to speak to some of these things and some of these opportunities. And a couple of years ago, we did a major pivot as an organization. And this speaks, Supervisor Church, to some of the things that you have said. How does what we do align with the county goals? And we made it real simple. Tourism is about economic vitality that drives quality of life. So I think what we've been doing, I think all of us have been doing in the DSA program, aligns very well with that. But speaking just for C Monterey, it's bringing in the dollars that are going to fill the coffers of TOT that's going to be used for a myriad things that are all important to quality of life for residents. And in addition to doing that, doing it, promoting responsible, sustainable travel so people treat our destination the way we want it treated. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of the Arts Council, and I just want to say ditto to what everyone else said. When I look back at the original DSA agreement from 1985, our goal was to help strengthen the economic base. It was not based on TOT at that time. It came out of the general fund, and we got a flat amount. I don't think that happened until the 90s or early 2000s. But I agree that it would be great to stay status quo. We do need the financial stability. At least in the arts and culture arena, it's been scary for our county. We're losing a lot of funding from the larger foundations. So it'd be really great to be able to continue counting on the county. Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers? Do we have anybody online? And nobody online, okay. Well, with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back here. Supervisor Askew, I'll let you go first.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for all of the iterative work from the economic development funded agencies, the committee. I know we've been talking about this, what feels like incessantly for years now. But I think that I think there is a divide. There's a difference of opinion maybe on our board, which is how we ended up asking staff to do some research and bring this back to us. So thank you for hearing. At least I feel like the things that I was raising were heard in what's in front of us. As much as I can absolutely appreciate that having guaranteed dollars flow into an agency, like the Arts Council or C. Monterey, allows for stability of operations in a way that has allowed, I think, some of our partner agencies to be successful in the ways that they have. I also recognize that there's no other department in our county, there's no other position where we're guaranteeing, if it's a general fund position that we've got, like it's, there's a question sometimes, and we don't fund any other agencies in that same way without having the accountability pieces put in place. I've met with our partners, and we get the reports are submitted on I think it's a quarterly basis now, but regardless of what those reports say or don't say, the outcomes that are delivered or not delivered, the way the program is set up is it's by design a formula. It's by design a set amount of money, regardless of what information comes back or what deliverables are delivered on. And so with all of our other contracts that we have with nonprofit partners in the community, whether it's through the Community Action Partnership or the Fish and Game Commission, behavioral health, it's the county is helping to identify what some of those criteria are. And if there's non-deliverables or if the outcomes that we're setting aren't being met, then you don't compete for the next round of funding. So I guess where I'm looking at this, I'm saying I think we need to have a big picture of a 5-year or 10-year RFP process that allows us to say, hey, listen, like this money isn't just guaranteed in perpetuity. This money is connected to a process that is fair and transparent. I think that the way that you've outlined recommendations, sorry, and I have to, by and large, keep the program operating as it is, but recognizing that there may be times where we have new partners that come into the marketplace and are delivering services and functions that we really do want to be investing in, that there's some mechanism that says, okay, here's on this 5-year cycle, this is where you submit, and this is where you can compete in a reasonable way with the limited pool of money that we have, and with the we can put a limit on the number of contracts that we would be giving, and we could set those contracts out for a 5 or 10-year timeline, as we do with many contracts, to allow the ongoing continuity and predictability of funding to move forward. So I'm appreciative of what's been outlined here. I can understand that it creates some anxiety for those who are receiving funds and have received funds in a certain way for, from the beginning of the program. But there has to be some way in which we have a transparent process of putting money out into the community, and there has to be some way in which new players can compete in a fair way to be added to that. What the business councils had to go through for the past, since I've been paying attention, it's politically challenging, it's operationally challenging, and how we are utilizing county dollars, which these are TOT dollars, but they're effectively general fund dollars. We need to be, as Church said, be really clear about what our goals are, and then let's use money to help bring our partners in to lift up the, whether it's economic goals or arts goals. Let's be clear about what those are, and then let's use these dollars to uplift that. So I think we have a good program, and I'm just looking to add that accountability and fairness and transparency piece to it. Yeah.
Well, I just want to second that, but just really go and reemphasize, and I'm happy to make a motion on this at this point, but I just think, all the good work you put together into this, we're going to need to revisit on how we, going to be more transparent, more accountable, bring other organizations in, know that, how we're spending the money here just overall, but we got to find a way to prioritize. What's our priority? And right now, there is no priority. So I think we need to go back, and I want to, that motion is going to be that we reevaluate what our criteria are for this program and what we are trying to really achieve, because it is just too broad. And so I want to make that motion and throw it out there. And I know we still have some more comments to go.
I'll second the motion. Sorry, I'll second the motion and hope that we could just, as you've said, let's just put a pause for a year and figure it out in a better way than trying to make a decision today.
Yeah, I think we got here today. We got here today because in June, the majority of our colleagues, I didn't, but the majority of our colleagues wanted us staff to go look at this and bring back some options. But as we said, it's really, I think it's clear today that it really is not the time. We do have the option at every budget town hall in April, when we have the budget meetings in June, usually June. This year it was at the end of May. Then we take a final vote. This is a transparent process. It's all done in public in our Economic Development Committee. It comes before it comes to the Budget Committee, before then it comes to the Board of Supervisors. So there is transparency for it. And I think I just don't think right now is the time to be opening it up when we know there's not a lot of money out there, that it's going to be very limited. And actually, there is a process for people to ask. We haven't seen them. And I'll give you the only group that came forward that did ask was the Salinas Valley the Visitor Center. They did come. They did make a presentation to the Economic Development Committee. Then they came here. There wasn't support to add them or to fund them, even though in other budget years, Chris and I advocated for them to get separate line items in the budget. I think of $50,000 one year, then I think a second time. They didn't even utilize the funding. They didn't apply for it. They didn't draw it down. They didn't use it. That was frustrating because we had advocated for them to get some money during those two different budget years. So I think that's the only group that has come to ask for funding. If there was more, we would see them, and it hasn't happened in my 8 years. But the county does budget and contract with other nonprofits in healthcare and on homelessness. Quite a other nonprofits that do provide valuable services. Our county does contract with a lot of them, but just they haven't come up when it comes to these particular service areas, except for that one that I mentioned. So, and I also want to speak to, I know what they do. We all know what they do. We get the annual reports from what the Film Commission does, the Business Council does. They all come up here to our committees and to the board. What are their results? What are they delivering? What is the economic impact? The arts, all the beautiful projects we see happen all over the Salinas Valley and the peninsula, and the performances that they fund. All those are valuable. We know that we've made a decision over these years to continue to fund those because we think they are providing results. Otherwise, this board a long time ago would have said, why are we funding them? We haven't asked that. We know that with the money that they're allocated, that they are raising other funds for it, and that they are delivering results for our county, for residents, for jobs, for the arts, for films to come and take advantage of our county here. So I don't want to just approve something. Let's open it up an RFP process for the sake of opening it up when we know that there's not other groups asking for this at this point. Otherwise, we would have seen the request. We would have seen it come before us. There's only been one. Why are we going to create an open process and keep this like an open door and have staff continue to spend time on this when they could be focusing on all the other things with their valuable time? So that's, I think, yeah, those are the things I wanted to mention in response to some of the comments that were made here. So I'm for just keeping status quo, bringing this back again during our budget discussions in April, May, and June next year, and see what our fiscal outlook is at that time and whether any adjustments could be made to the current status quo formula. Thank you.
Is my understanding then you're opposing the motion to look at some of the priorities in this?
Well, I think that's what they did today, right? And they spent all this time, because that's what was said. That what you're saying, I think that's what I heard in our June, or I think it was the end of May, budget discussions, and that's what got us here, to provide some options. But it doesn't seem like this is the right time to make changes.
Yeah, the motion I made, though, was to to look at the, to look at the program and try to narrow the priorities down because it's too broad and it's covering everything.
Okay, so you're saying that language, I guess it was created when the program was first created, maybe focus the language to kind of
right. We got
what the reality is today.
When you look at the program right now, there's stated here in criteria, there's 14 points, and the first point is aligned with the county goals, which is already extraordinarily broad.
Okay.
And so
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to, I'm trying to pull a step back from what we have right before us, before even considering anything more, and try to figure out exactly what is this program trying to establish? Because right now, if anybody, as you suggest, wants to come in, basically anybody can come in because the goals are so broad. It's not narrow and focused. We don't know what we're trying to achieve with this.
Then that's a little different than the June direction.
Yeah.
To have perhaps keeping status quo, but providing our economic development staffing committee to relook at perhaps refining what's that document called?
This is
the guidelines to perhaps reflect what the goals are today, because I don't think they've been updated in quite some time.
So it's typical. With five of us up here, I've got a slightly different opinion. But I'll share that. I think I can go with the motion. I see where you're headed. It's to simplify the guidelines, to put us in a good direction. But I want to acknowledge staff's work and specifically speak to the point that was raised in the document of a desire to invest in technology, right, and where we're headed, and even call it mobility if you want. I see where that point is headed. But given where we sit today, I can't look out there into that horizon and see a body that would be the right one to invest in to move that space. Besides maybe someone like the Business Council who could become a hub and help us kind of focus within the space, right? An existing partner. So I acknowledge that as we work on the guidelines, I would like to see technology added, given that that wasn't something really being discussed in the year I was born in '85 or. Yeah, I had to throw that in there. Sorry, guys. But as we move forward with these pieces, I do support the idea of supporting status quo, as we did this year, where we didn't, in my opinion, make the harshest of choices by cutting anybody, but by leaving folks where they were and creatively taking the increment and giving us that extra flexibility in the future. I'm hoping that that's a way we could approach it. So those are some of my thoughts on those spaces. The other one I want to get to was Supervisor Askew's point about the transparency and the reporting. I don't dive as deep during the quarterly reports. I really dive into them right before the budget season. So I appreciate Supervisor Alejo's point on that. But for me, I think a requirement of an annual report written separate from, on a 6-month schedule, as a report as a presentation to this board from each of our DSA partners is something I would appreciate. Because it gives the public who isn't going to go digging through our budget or through our agendas a second opportunity to watch somebody present those materials in a meaningful way and a chance to voice concerns, ideas, opportunities as well. So quarterly reports, it feels like it's work for you, it's work for them. Can we draw back to a once-a-year written report, once-a-year, I think, presentation, which almost all the partners do give already, but I think that would be an approach that, as we work on the guidelines, I would be supportive of seeing as well as constructive feedback. Richard?
Yeah, and if I can chime in real quick, during the last board meeting, we did approve to move forward with reducing that to 2 reports, so a semi-annual report. So we receive 1 report every 6 months. So if the board would like to move to just 1 report annually, we can definitely do that and we'll revise.
I'd say 1 written, 1 presented. I mean, I want to see the whites of everybody's eyes once a year. I want to hear from, each one of our partners and hear what they've done with that money and show the public that in this way, but also as a written report to touch.
And the presented could be the same as the written.
It could. If they're 6 months staggered, you kind of get 2 opportunities.
You want to stagger it?
I'd like to see them staggered just so that there's that check-in, right? And that opportunity twice a year, and isn't just every December you're going to see folks or every April you're going to see them. It gives us 2 shots at that. So those are my recommendations. Speaking to your motion that I'm hoping we could include, and I can support
That's perfectly fine for me.
Okay, perfect.
If Supervisor Adams seconded that, so I think you have to.
Yeah, the second to hold. I just feel that I don't want us to start once again just throwing things on a wall to see what sticks. I like the idea that the motion laid out. I seconded it and I hold to that. My hope is that we can call the question and then go ahead and move forward and work with staff to ensure that they aren't overwhelmed and spend most of their time trying to figure out what it is that we want.
Mr. Vaughn?
Real quick, if I can just get clear direction on that last piece. So I believe it'd be amending it to have one written report and one presented report, and then there would be a presentation staggered. So it would say everyone would present or would provide a 6-month or an annual written report, but then we'd have 2 DSA agencies present at the 6-month mark and then 2 present at the year mark. Okay, perfect.
So, thank you. Hold on to your presentation you did today until we come back with some clearer priorities, and then we'll have more fun and talk about this again. Supervisor asked you, and I think Supervisor Alejo, did you have a comment too? Or yes?
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking for clarification. So we're saying on the motion. The motion is to ask staff to clarify, to dial in what the purpose of the program is. Is that
Lay out the priorities. Right now, the criteria it's everything. If you look, if you start looking, I think it's page 3 or 4 or so, it says criteria, and then it rolls right down there it talks about goals, and you look at the goals on the previous pages, and then you look at all that 14 points of criteria, and I don't know what we're really trying to achieve once I started reading all that. So I'm just trying to say we need to look this down. We need to get down to something like 3 or 4 points, or 1 point, or something a little clearer than we have.
And if I could just ask a question, for what outcome? Like to change the program, to move forward with an RFP, to be clear about
whatever we decide to do at that point. But right now, to go ahead with an RFP and then look down at this, at what is listed as, for example, if we were to go ahead with an RFP and we look at this criteria, I don't know how you judge this one is better than that one. I mean, what is a purpose? Like any program's supposed to have a purpose. What really is the purpose of this program? It was economic development and tourism early, and now it's protecting the citizens. It's everything. So we have to have a purpose for this, and I think we've lost that over the last few decades. And that's, as I started to dig into this and look at it, that became really clear to me. And that's what my motion is.
Okay, so I make sure I understood the motion. Okay, so thank you for that. So, and then I guess to our DSA partners, welcome back to our meetings, and we're gonna keep talking about all of this. It sounds like. So, if that's the direction or the feeling of the board, that we just get clarity. But I guess where I sit and I'm looking at this, if we're going to maintain status quo, we can just leave this as is, and it's fine because our status quo outlines specific agencies. The reason that we would spend the staff time to dial this in, and from what I said, there's no point in doing that unless we intend to move forward with some sort of RFP process. Otherwise, we're just kind of giving staff work for the sake of giving staff
RFP or some similar process.
Or some similar process.
We haven't decided on that. I mean, I feel, it does need to be opened up so much. I mean, the partners we have and the funding level they have, I think is, I don't have a problem with out of there. I think there probably needs to be some changes they have a little more stable funding. I think that's been brought up, the 5-year plan that you suggested, for example, that came up into this. You also suggested a 5 or 10-year plan to lay it on out. I think there's a discussion to go on there. There's other organizations out there, which we did discuss in June, that do good work, and I don't know if they know they can come into this program.
They don't.
We don't have that where we're putting it out. And whether we want to do that or not, I guess we've got to decide on. But I don't think we can really even decide on that if we don't have our criteria down here. And I mean, without criteria, how are we even evaluating what's being presented to us from our current partners?
Okay, and then I guess my final question is, and maybe this are there 3 of us on the board who want to pursue that future conversation about the RFP or other process? Because if there's not, then I don't think we need to direct staff to pursue.
I feel I'm that way. I don't, I know Supervisor Alejo, and
I feel that way, but I'm not trying to create work for staff, I guess, is where I'm sitting at here.
So the question is, in the future, would I be open to a position like that, given the guidelines being clarified and everything else, that's what I want to see first. I could get there, but I'm not there today. I want to see the guidelines clarified. I want to understand where we're going together. I want to know, I want to see some of these reports, right, directly back to the public. I want to see those pieces taken care of. I, in the past, have been supportive. I would still consider it, but understanding what the purpose is for us has been laid out in the motion, to me, is a first step, and I'm open to that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I want, in light of what some of the comments that were made, I'm not in agreement. I think I don't want to waste staff's time. This seems like a solution in search of a problem. Nobody has ever said that the guidelines are a problem. We know the money's not there at this time to open up a process. Unless we're going to tell the folks sitting in this room and our DSA partners, we're going to take away from you down the road by opening a competitive process. Then let's say it to their face. I say that's what we're intending to do. Otherwise, saying we're going to mess with these guidelines when nobody's even said that's even a problem in my 8 years as supervisor, then we're just wasting staff's time and act like we're fixing a problem that really doesn't even need to be fixed. I also don't like being overly bureaucratic. The DSAs come in every April. If we look at our agenda from our budget town hall, they came and all spoke and presented. Why are we going to direct 2 going mid-year and 2 at the end of the year? I'm not for that. I'm for keeping this simple. If we know they're going to come speak because we're going to make budget decisions, that's probably the best time that it's fresh in our mind. What have you produced? What have you done the last year with the funding that we gave? That's a good time. We should keep that as a template for them to come do that presentation. If they're already doing 2 written reports, why are we going to say now do 1 and somehow we're fixing a problem? We're not. They're already providing 2 reports a year. That's great. If the public wants to see it, they'll get copies of that. I don't know if we post it online anywhere in our economic development website, but those are all, I think, those things are already being done, and we're just reshifting them or reordering them and think we're fixing a problem, and we're not. I'm not for being overly bureaucratic. Let's keep it simple. We don't have a problem here. We don't have the money. Let's keep what we have and relook at this starting in April in our next budget cycle.
Supervisor Adams, do you have any last thoughts?
No, actually, I just agree with what Supervisor Alejo is saying. We don't have a problem, and we're making it one. So I unfortunately, I'm going to need to leave the meeting, but I really hoped that we would be able to come to a vote before I did. And I am unclear whether I like what Supervisor Alejo just said, which is what we said at the very beginning of this discussion, that I think we should keep it status quo for a year and work as we can to come up with the answer to the question, what is the purpose? But I don't want to see Richard and spending all of his time working on this. I think that's drawing him away from the key points that he's supposed to be dealing with within his department.
So Supervisor Adams, you seconded my motion. Are you withdrawing that second?
I think I am. In fact, I'm just going to agree with what Luis just said and say that's the motion, I'm seconding it.
Thank you, Mary.
Anybody want to go
I'm glad we're not wasting any time up here.
Needless to say,
Supervisor Astro-Lopez, is there a second?
I need to go.
Well, now there's only 4 votes. Did Mary just step off?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm still here, but only in the hopes that we'll vote very, very quickly.
Then, yeah, I'll second the motion with my clarifications and see if we can get 3 there.
Right. Yeah. Accepted. Okay. So, Supervisor Adams, is she off, or do we need a roll call vote then? Or?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
I'm still here.
All right. Well, let's put this to a roll call vote then, if nobody has any more comments.
Supervisor
And the
Lay?
motion is? The motion
is the same motion that you seconded and then withdrew your motion. Which I'll explain is just to clarify the guidelines and to create some prioritization on the criteria. With Supervisor Lopez's comments about
minimizing the reporting back, just having one of those be presented in room so that we can hear directly from our partners.
Okay, ready for a vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
No.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yes.
Supervisor Ruascu? Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Church?
Aye. Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you all very much. and I need to leave the meeting. Thank you.
All right. All right, we'll move on to other board matters, fortunately. County Administrative Officer's report, Sonia
Yes,
De La Rosa.
for CAO comments today, I do want to provide some recognition to our Department of Emergency Communications. Leanne Magowski's team is doing an extraordinary work. And just in terms of perspective, fiscal year 23-24, the dispatch center received 755 calls, of which 292,000 were emergency calls. 83% of 911 calls were answered within 15 seconds or less. There's been some reclassification going on with her team, and HR continues to work with them diligently to make sure that the classifications match the duties that are being performed. In fiscal year 23-24, the department did implement an artificial intelligence call answering using Amazon Connect, and has seen a 35% monthly reduction in non-emergency calls needing human action. That has allowed emergency dispatchers to focus on 911 call processing and emergency radio traffic instead of administrative phone calls. In that same year, the department implemented Spark online reporting, which is available in all languages for non-emergency incident reporting. This also allows emergency dispatchers to focus on 911 call processing and emergency radio traffic instead of administrative phone calls. And lastly, the department requests feedback from its customers who dial 911 or non-emergency lines, and has received positive feedback over 88% of the time in April, May, and June of 2024. It's just the great work being done by our emergency communications team.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to our new referrals, which there are none, and we'll go to board comments. Supervisor Askew, do you have anything?
Just a couple. Our next Wednesdays with Wendy community listening session will be on Wednesday, September 4th at 5:30. We'll be on Zoom and Facebook. And we'll be talking about Hispanic Heritage Month. We have Centro Binacional and other representatives from Hispanic Access Foundation joining us to talk about Hispanic Heritage Month. So everyone's welcome to join us online for that. Also want to announce that the West End Festival will be happening this weekend. A free community event, a ton of fun, live music, lots of vendors, food, drinks, something for everyone. So please come out to Sand City and join in the fun and celebration. Thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Now that Mary's not here, I could claim Car Week. It was a great Car Week. Events for 10 days. I want to thank all our staff that made about being out there helping. The sheriffs helped a lot with security and all these events. All the agencies involved from the Highway Patrol. I know we have, I think, over 100,000 people that come in for the week, and so it was just a great for Monterey County, and everybody that I talked to really seemed to enjoy the events. On Thursday, Supervisor Mary Adams and I were there for the passing of the keys for the management of Laguna Seca in partnership with now the nonprofit Friends of Laguna Seca. That was a great turnout. Got a lot of good publicity in the racing world. I want just to announce that this Friday, me and my team will be doing our mobile office hours at the Latino Farmers Market at the Rodeo Grounds from 4 to 7. I want to invite the public that if we try to go to them if they don't feel comfortable coming to the office. And also this Sunday, there's two great community events. One is Guelaguetza Salinas, which is a celebration of Oaxacan indigenous culture, and that's going to be this year at Everett Alvarez High School, starting at 10:30. And then Coastal Kids has their annual Touch a Truck event at 11:30, starting at 11:30 at the Rodeo Ground. So two good events, free to the public. We invite them to join us there at those events on Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll jump in and just thank the community of Bryce and Hesperia for hosting their annual elected officials potluck last Friday. I was able to wear several hats that night. Unfortunately, the folks from Parks weren't able to join us. Neither were Public Works, so I got to wear those hats, plus the hat for Zoe Lofgren, our congresswoman, who couldn't make it, so I got to speak for everybody that night. But it was a great meeting. I want to thank the sheriff, who also offered me her hat because she was in the crowd and said, you can wear this one too. I didn't put that hat on. She was there with us and spoke for her department. It was a great evening out with community. I'll share that on the 28th, we're going to have a community meeting in the community of San Lucas, and by we, I mean the State Water Board. I want to encourage anybody who can make it to come down and support that community as they present the outcomes of their latest report, which is a rehash of our 2015 report, to community with some much bigger numbers. So invite folks out. That's 5:30 at the San Lucas Elementary School facility. I also want to just say thank you to an individual. I will share with the board. I'm going to bring forward a resolution for this young man, but there's a young man named Lazaro Perez who saw a young boy under the age of 10 thrown from an inner tube on Lake Nacimiento this weekend. And as he watched him not come up from the water surface, he jumped in from the shore and pulled that young man to safety. He's only 10 years old himself, and so it was a heroic act that should be lifted up. He is from the community of Lompoc, but our community is celebrating Lazaro, and we'll bring him back to this chambers to be recognized for his efforts as well. But just wanted to share that. Lastly, I have some news that I'll share is, I'm not going to say bittersweet, it's more sweet, but this will be the last meeting with Priscilla Barba as my chief of staff. She is entering her senora era. That means she's getting married Saturday. So from here on out, she will be Priscilla Ramos. So yes, I just got you all. So I'm sure she's going to be very demure, very respectful, very cutesy as a bride.
Good one.
We want to thank her and congratulate her as she heads off on her honeymoon. She'll be out for a couple weeks celebrating. But yes, so I want to congratulate Priscilla. We're all very excited for you and look forward to you entering this new senora era.
Let's give her a round of applause. Yeah, Priscilla. Felicidades.
Well, congratulations, Priscilla. So after today's meeting, I'm going to be going to Los Lomas for a pedestrian and bicycle safety meeting at 6 to 7:30 at Los Lomas Community Church. And this Sunday is Aromas Day between 8 and 4 in beautiful downtown Aromas, Tri-County little community, and lots of activity there. There's some breakfast burritos at the Aromas Grange. I almost called it the Prunedale Grange. That would have created a problem. Between Grangers, so it's at the Aromas Grange, and there's lots of events, booths, food going on there, and we also have some recent paved roads down there. So come enjoy them. And also just wanted to kind of to mention that the Rancho Cielo team, we were talking to Classic Car Week, had rebuilt a classic car and showed it at the concourse. They were also one of the beneficiaries of the concourse this year for funding. And with that, I am done and turn to County Council for readout.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There's no reportable items today.
And so we're going to adjourn and honor Crescencio Diaz. Supervisor Alejo, do you have something to read, I believe?
Yes, thank you. And if our clerks could put the image up in honor of Crescencio. We're adjourning today our Board of Supervisors meeting in memory of the late Crescencio Diaz, the president of Teamsters Local 890. Crescencio Diaz was a lifelong champion for labor rights, beginning his labor journey as a UFW member at Almaden Farms in Santa Clara in the 1960s and later joining the Teamsters in the early 1970s. In 1985, he made his advocacy a full-time commitment as a business agent for Teamsters 890, eventually serving as vice president for many years before becoming the president and principal officer in 2008. Mr. Diaz dedicated his life to following and supporting union members across California and Arizona. He was a true champion for workers. He tirelessly fought for their rights, ensuring that every voice was heard in the workplace. His powerful negotiations on behalf of Teamsters 890 transformed the lives of countless individuals in agriculture, canneries, salad plants, coolers, and transportation across the region. Crescencio's legacy is one of unwavering commitment and profound impact, leaving an indelible mark on the labor movement and workers in Monterey County. And I just wanted to personally add that the Teamsters Hall has been an iconic place for the labor movement in the Salinas Valley. Crescencio always opened its doors to many other labor unions, the Labor Council, many political campaigns, and community organizations. It has truly been a community center in East Salinas. Crescencio was not only a friend, but a strong supporter of mine. He dedicated his entire life fighting for his fellow workers, and he would often be on the corrida that would go from the Salinas Valley to the Yuma Valley in Arizona to be closer to his members and to address their needs more effectively. So I just wanted to express my deepest condolences to his wife, Gloria Diaz, his children and his family, his friends, and all the members of local Teamsters 890. May our brother Crescencio Diaz rest in peace. Que descanse en paz nuestro hermano Crescencio Diaz. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we will adjourn in his memory.
Thank you. And with that, we'll adjourn until next Tuesday, the 27th at 9.